1, 2, 3.
Jak and Daxter and the Precursor Legacy was a huge success when it came out. I remember seeing it in stores in the coveted platinum case because
only the best go platinum.
Wait till you see the. No, 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 no.
unlike some of those other questionable platinum games, I really did enjoy Jak and Daxter. It had an interesting world and fun game mechanics, but when it comes to the series as a whole, my feelings are a bit mixed. The Jak and Daxter trilogy is messy. Not in the sense that the individual games are bad, but rather in the way the trilogy is structured. The first game in the series feels almost entirely detached from its sequels, not only in terms of its gameplay, but also in its tone. And yet many of the main characters make their introduction in this title, making the series feel incomplete without it. So let's take a look at where this messy trilogy began. Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy was released in 2001 for the PlayStation 2. It was re-released in HD on the PlayStation 3 in 2012, along with its two sequels, Jak II and Jak III. The game received official PlayStation 4 emulation compatibility in August 2017, and this is the version we will be playing through for this retrospective. As a result, if you notice any unusual anomalies in the footage that you don't recall seeing before, it's most likely due to the emulation. This version's emulation is okay, but I did notice a fair bit of slowdown in several places. And with that out of the way, let us begin.
I have spent my life searching for the answers that my father and my father's fathers failed to find. Who were the precursors? Why did they create the vast monoliths that litter our planet? How did they harness eco, the life energy of the world? What was their purpose, and why did they vanish? I have asked the plants, but they do not remember. The plants have asked the rocks, but the rocks do not recall. Even the rocks do not recall. Every bone in my body tells me that the answers rest on the shoulders of a young boy. Oblivious to his destiny, uninterested in the search for truth, and rejecting of my guidance. And why would he want to listen to old Samus the Sage anyway? I'm only the master of green eco, one of the wisest men on the planet. So it seems the answer begins not with careful research or sensible thinking. Nay, as with many of fate's mysteries, it begins with but a small act of disobedience.
Our two main protagonists, Jak and Daxter, begin the game by exploring Misty Island. This area is swarming with lurkers, which are the main enemies in this game. Daxter is having second thoughts about coming here, but Jak insists on continuing. They come across a meeting with the Legion of Lurkers and two other mysterious characters, who order the lurkers to look for any precursor artifacts and eco near Sandover Village. Jak and Daxter continue their island exploration. Daxter trips over a dark eco container, which he throws to Jak after expressing his disdain for the item. The container lights up as Jak catches it. A bone-armored lurker suddenly attacks them, and Jak, in his first act of heroism, hurls the dark eco container at the creature, killing it but mistakenly knocking Daxter into a pool of dark eco.
Man, that stung! I told you we shouldn't have come here, and you listened! What?
Daxter has been transformed into an ottsel. A fictitious animal that resembles a cross between an otter and a weasel. Although I don't believe he is specifically referred to as an ottsel in this game, that is what the animal is called.
Okay. I'm fine.
When they return to Sandover Village, Samus is not happy.
What in green tarnation do you two want?
Samos tells us about the sage of Jak X, who is the only person with the wisdom to assist Daxter in returning to his human form, or is it elf form? The series is a bit unclear. Characters are never referred to as humans in the game's universe, although they do play the same roles as humans in the world. They do have huge ears though, so that means they're elf. And I've heard them been referred to as elves online, however I'm fairly certain that they are canonically known as humans. Unfortunately for us, none of the other sages have their portals turned on, so we'll have to journey north via the Fire Canyon to meet up with the Dark Eco Sage.
But its volcanic soil is hot enough to melt precursor metal. You can't just walk through it.
But you could fly over it if you had a zoomer equipped with a heat shield.
This is Kira, Samos' daughter and also a talented engineer. She has a zoomer that we can use to navigate the Fire Canyon, but first we need to bring her 20 power cells to power the vehicle's heat shield.
You two couldn't find your way out of the village without training. Before you do anything else, you better go through the warp gate and get some practice on Geyser Rock.
We won't find any more of that dark gooey eco stuff, will we? Cause I'd hate to fall in again and turn into you.
Get in there before I turn you both into ferns.
Warping through the portal, we enter the first level. Well, I guess it's more of a tutorial than a level, but everything you collect here does count towards the main game, which is pretty good. The first Jak and Daxter game is best described as a collectathon platformer, in the similar vein to the original Spyro trilogy and Banjo-Kazooie. Right from the get-go there are some boxes we can break using either the spin move or punch. Inside is some green eco. Green eco is used as health. Collecting 50 of these little blobs will give us an extra hit point. There are also larger green blobs that you can pick up, and by just grabbing one you will gain an extra hit point. Jak's movement speed is determined by how far forward the analog stick is pressed. By slowly increasing the pressure you can make Jak go from walking to running. The animations are really fluid for his run cycles, so it's really easy to gauge how far and fast you're going to travel. This is really important for timing your jumps and maneuvering around the levels. Given this game is a platformer, of course the jumping mechanics are the most important. A simple tap of the X button is all that is required to perform the basic jump. This will help you cross many smaller gaps, but a double jump is required for the larger ones. If you press X again while mid-jump, Jak will perform a double jump, scoring just a little bit more height. Hit circle during a double jump to spin, which serves as both an attack and a way to gain some horizontal distance. You can also use it to avoid taking fall damage. Precursor orbs are one of the main collectibles. They are everywhere in this game. Each level has a set amount of them for us to find. Power cells are the big daddy of collectibles. Reaching certain thresholds will open up new areas. There are a total of 101 power cells, but you do not need to find all of them in order to complete the game. Jak can also perform a ground pound. Using it on these metal crates will release the scout fly. There are 7 in each level. When you find all 7, you're rewarded with a power cell. Scattered about levels, you will come across concentrations of different types of eco. Picking up the blue eco attracts collectibles to you, increases your movement speed, and activates precursor artifacts that have a lightning bolt symbol on them. It is only a temporary power up, and we lose the effect once the meter drains. There are also vents that spew out eco. They will completely fill the meter and do not despawn after use. That's pretty much the basics of the gameplay. Now before we leave, let's check if we have everything. By going into the menu, we can see our progress for each level. This is really useful, especially if you're going for 100%.
We got the moves, eh, Jak? We'd love to stay and chat, Big Green, but we're, itching to get on with our adventures.
Fine, fine. Adventure away then.
We're now free to explore Sandover Village, both Jak and Daxter's home. It serves as a little hub world from which we can visit the other levels. Samos directs us to Sentinel Beach, although you are not required to go there first. We also have the option of venturing into the Forbidden Jungle. There is also a day and night system in the game. It doesn't really affect anything besides the lighting, but it does convey the passage of time. Missions for power cells can also be fulfilled in these small hub locations. Most just require you to bring a specific number of precursor orbs to a specific character. For example, Jak's uncle. We'll trade a power cell for 90 orbs. There are also Oracle Precursor statues with 2 power cells that we can receive in return for orbs. They are concealed in semi-secret spots around each hub area. Sadly, this game does not go into great detail into the lore of the Precursors. All that is actually revealed is that there was an advanced civilization that existed years ago, and remnants of its technology are dispersed around this land. In this little beach area, we can herd these yak owls for the farmer for a power cell. When it comes to missions, this is a bit of an outlier since most of the tasks like this do not take place in hub areas. In fact, I think this is the only one like this in the entire game. Most missions we take on for other characters take place within a specific level, such as assisting the bird lady with the flut egg at the Sentinel Beach.
No!
You'll note that I'm roll jumping a lot on our way into Sentinel Beach. This is due to the fact that this is one of the fastest methods of travel. Jak will enter a roll motion if you press R1 while running forward. Jak will gain a lot of momentum by jumping at the end of the roll. This is great for quickly moving around the levels and jumping across wide gaps. However, once you've launched the jump, you don't have any mid-air control, so make sure you're facing in the exact direction you want to travel, otherwise you'll easily hurl yourself off the side of a platform. Jak will crouch if you press R1 while stationary. You may do a variety of movements from this position. You can crouch walk, which I don't believe is necessary at any point in the game, but you can do it. There's the crouch jump, which is the highest jump Jak can perform without using any power-ups. There's also the crouch punch. When Jak is crouched, pressing square causes him to perform an uppercut into the air. To be honest, it's not all that useful, however hitting these logs will push them up and create some platforms to access higher ledges. Despite the fact that you have a choice between going to Sentinel Beach or Forbidden Jungle, I do believe that the beach level is considered to be the first level. It's designed with wide ledges to make it less probable for inexperienced players to fall off, while unclogging Samus's green eco vents grants access to unlimited full heals. The flut egg can be found further up on this ridge. Knocking it down will cause it to hatch. The bird lady from before will look after the bird for us for the time being. She will be important to us later on. Luckily, or unluckily, for me, Jak can swim. The swimming does not feel very responsive.
Stand up!
No!
Yes!
No, it's too deep. Nah.
Thankfully, it isn't used much. You can dive under the surface for a brief period of time, and that's about it. Swimming too far from shore will get you eaten. Yummo. We need to get to a catapult up on a tower in order to turn it off. However, we will need to employ blue eco to get there. Unfortunately, the vent that normally emits blue eco has been turned off. So in order to collect all of the power cells on the beach, we must travel to the jungle and activate the blue eco. This is an interesting feature of the game where actions in one level have an effect on another. However, the game doesn't do a great deal with this idea, as it usually merely allows you to grab a few collectibles in a given area. In truth, it is a little bit underdeveloped, and may be a bit annoying as it forces you to backtrack into a level if you take on levels in the wrong order. Unless you have previously played the game or follow a guide, there is no way to tell which level should be completed first. A huge precursor tower stands in the center of the Forbidden Jungle. The means of reactivating the blue eco vents are housed within the structure. You get a good sense of Jak's control while exploring the jungle. Because of the snappy controls and great animations, platforming is a lot of fun. Jak's mid-air control is exceptional. It gives you enough wriggle room to change course without becoming sluggish. Short hops are achieved by just tapping the jump button, allowing you to traverse smaller spaces while maintaining speed. The controls are just so good. I'm aware that watching game footage doesn't do a good job of communicating the game feel, but believe me when I say that these controls are nearly perfect for this type of game. The levels are very well suited to Jak's moveset. They're open enough to allow for a variety of platforming challenges, but condensed enough so you don't feel like you have to travel a long way to get to an objective. Standing on this platform activates the blue eco vents that run throughout the levels. A boss encounter with a giant plant is also located within this tower. For some reason in my brain, I always get this boss confused with the boss in Mario Sunshine. I don't know why, I think it's because they're like both plants and like the environment's kind of similar. I don't know. It's just my brain doesn't work properly. In any case, disposing of this boss is a piece of cake. You only need to defeat its minions and then hit it 3 times in the head. Because of course you have to do it 3 times because this is a video game. And that is the law of video games. We make a point of jumping on its head several times to release the orbs inside, which are very easy to miss. We gather a few more power cells in the jungle before assisting the riverside fishermen.
What do you have in the basket?
Nothing to talk about. Them monsters patrolling the ocean took a bite out of me fishing ring. And now they're gobbling up me catch. No matter what I try, I can't seem to catch a single fish in this river.
Woo! Maybe it's your breath.
You think you can do better? Try scooping up river fish with a tiny net. I'll give you a power cell if you can catch 200 pounds of them critters. And then I'll let you and Shrimp here use my speedboat to get to Misty Island. You want to try the challenge? There are 2 types of good fish to catch. 1-pound fishies and 5-pound fishies. If you miss 20 pounds of good fish, then I'm gonna take me net back from you. There are poisonous eels in this river. Catch even one of them boogers, and you'll poison the whole darn catch.
The controls are straightforward. Simply move the net from side to side to catch the fish. It's not difficult to catch the fish, the hardest thing is not catching the eels. I'm not sure why they are called eels, despite the fact that they resemble poisonous fish. Perhaps there was a communication breakdown between the 3D modeler and the person writing the dialogue. Even though we already have 20 power cells to travel across the Fire Canyon, we're going to collect all 101 power cells for this playthrough, so we'll clean up the missing collectibles on the beach before boarding the fisherman's boat to Misty Island.
Wait a minute! We are not going back to Misty Island! Are we?
When Jak and Daxter came out, it was a technical marvel. Naughty Dog strove to make the world as seamless as possible. They accomplished this by removing the loading screens, meaning you can walk from the beginning of the game all the way to the end without hitting a loading screen. Of course the game is loading, it's just masked via careful geometry placement and camera movement. You can also see other parts of the levels in a distance, making the world feel interconnected and a sense of scale that was rarely seen. Our first mission on the island is to catch the sculptor's muse.
Little furry dude! Oh, I thought for a moment you were my muse.
My muse. My muse. The muse is extremely fast and difficult to catch, especially given its ability to jump up to difficult to reach areas such as huge bone formations and higher platforms. However, if you can manage to cut it off, you should have no trouble catching it. Misty Island is a very dark and dingy place. There are numerous enemies strewn about. We can make our first usage of Red Eco here. Red Eco can be utilised to take out stronger foes with a single strike and increase the power of all of Jak's attacks. This comes in handy during the ambush near the Dark Eco pool. This is the only moment in the game that defeated enemies will drop Red Eco. It's also on this island where we make our first use of the zoomer. You just need to take out a few lurkers and collect a few orbs. There isn't much challenge in this area, but it does make for a safer environment to get used to how the zoomer controls before entering the more treacherous Fire Canyon. We have more than enough power cells to cross Fire Canyon. My ass is falling asleep. When it comes to collection criteria, the game is quite lenient. So if there are any aspects of the game that you don't really want to complete or are having difficulties with, they can be skipped, as there are plenty of power cells to go around.
Great! You have the 20 cells needed to power my heat shield. Now be careful. The shield will only protect your zoomer till it reaches 500 degrees.
To make it through the canyon, we'll need to make sure that we hit the oxygen. What the hell's that element? To make it through the canyon, we'll need to make sure that we hit the oxygen. Why am I saying oxygen? Hey, it's not a word. To make it through the canyon, we'll need to make sure that we hit enough oxygen balloons floating about in order to keep the temperature of the zoomer at a safe level. If it gets too high, it will explode. The zoomer, I mean. not the oxygen. What am I talking about? There are dark eco boxes that will also cause you to explode if you hit them. I often find myself dying a few times, mostly because I missed a few collectibles, and dying is the easiest way to backtrack. Dying in this game doesn't have much of a penalty. There is no live system, and dying will just send you back to the last checkpoint. Although in later parts of the game, these checkpoints can be a bit questionable. Sometimes the checkpoints are so sporadic that you have to travel through a large section of a level just to retry. And then there are times when you're sent to a checkpoint that is ahead of you, and it can be very disorientating. My guess is that some of the triggers for the checkpoints are actually quite a bit behind where the checkpoint places you. So when you die, it makes it appear as though you have been teleported forward. Making it through Fire Canyon, we make it to the second hub world, Rock Village. The village made of marshmallows.
Whoa! I don't think I'll ever get used to that teleporter tingling sensation. Hey! It looks like the Blue Sage threw a party.
Oh my! Rock Village is on fire!
One heck of a party.
No, I mean Rock Village is being bombarded with flaming boulders. Oh, and it looks like the Blue Sage is working on a levitation machine to move them. Assuming it's operational, we're gonna need power cells to fuel it. I guess you two are going to have to find some more.
The cutscenes are very well done. The characters serve as excellent guides for the player, ushering them into the plot and providing them with a better knowledge and emotional engagement with what is going on. Though the models aren't as good as those we'll see later in the series, their designs allow them to be posed and animated in quite expressive ways. While the visuals are really lively, the same cannot be said for the music. It's very bland in my opinion. It's ambient and plays quite quietly in the levels that you don't really notice it that much. If you played me some music, I'd recognise it was from the game, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what levels it was from. Forbidden Jungle? Precursor Basin? Just like in Sandover Village, there are a few NPCs that have some missions for us to complete in exchange for power cells, as well as exchanging orbs. A geologist has requested that we herd some lightning moles back into the ground. What is a lightning mole? I don't know. These things. In addition, there is a gambler who wants us to break a course record on our zoomer. Since both of these missions are in the Precursor Basin, we're gonna head there first. The entirety of Precursor Basin must be completed using the zoomer. Now, depending how you feel about driving, this level can either be a blessing or a curse. For me, I'm not very good at driving, but I don't mind some of the missions in the level. Some of them, however, I mind a lot. The zoomer controls can take some getting accustomed to. It handles more like a jet ski rather than a motorbike. Much of the movement is dependent on your momentum. For example, you can perform small bunny hops. You don't go very high and you have to get up to speed and launch yourself off a slope if you want to go higher. However, because there's no brake system to assist you in turning, the short bunny hops are quite effective in helping you turning sharper. The biggest weakness to the zoomer's controls is making a complete 180 turn. You either have to turn really wide or slow down completely to pivot the zoomer. This can make the mission where you have to eradicate these dark plants for Samus quite frustrating, because the whole thing boils down to making these turns, and you only have a certain amount of time to destroy all the plants before they start respawning. Herding the moles and beating the course record are both really easy to complete, with the latter being extremely lenient on the time. The second ring challenge is my least favourite mission in this level. I'm going to explain why. The idea is simple. You must drive through the rings before they vanish. Easy, right? No. However, some aspects of this feel very unfair, as some of the rings appear in unusual off-screen locations. As a result, your flow is disrupted and you can't find the next ring, which means it vanishes. But because it vanished before you can find it, you don't know where it is for the next time. And to try again, you have to drive all the way up this cliff area, which is really easy to fall off, which frustrates you. And since you're frustrated, you start making stupid mistakes. It's all very frustrating. My favourite level in this game has to be the Lost lost Precursor City. It takes place in an underwater city which reminds me a lot of the Bioshock city of Rapture. It has a fantastic mood and the layout is excellent with a few branching paths, yet the level is not so large that you become disorientated. The level is primarily focused on timed platforming challenges. When Jak stands on these platforms, they revolve around each other. They are used to move across gaps that would be impossible to reach by jumping. You must use caution when swimming in this area's water because it is set to be electrified. Fortunately, it's not an instant kill, so you still have a chance even if you mess up the timing. This level even includes a power cell that can be collected outside of the level. Now that I say that sentence out loud, it doesn't really make that much sense. If you use the elevator, it will take you to the surface. You can then grab the power cell. The jump to acquire it is a little tricky, but it is doable. The easiest method to get it is to take the elevator back down and get it that way. One of the platforming segments does feel a little undercooked. It's set up as a kind of puzzle where you have to jump on the squares to change them all to blue. You need to make sure this is done while ending near the door that opens, but it's so simple that it barely even registers as a puzzle. Most players will probably just get it by accident. Collecting this power cell will cause dark echo to rise. By utilizing blue echo where you can, you must run up the chamber before the dark echo engulfs Jak. Unlike with Daxter, if Jak falls into a pool of dark echo, he just dies. He doesn't get to be an Otsul. It's never explained why. Fuck. Boogie Swamp. Boggy Swamp, not Boogie Swamp. Boggy Swamp is the area's final stage. Well, I guess if you go there last, it's the final stage. You don't have to, but I did. But before we can enter the swamp, we need to bring the soldier 90 precursor orbs to reposition the pontoons. We get to use yellow echo for the first time in the swamp. Jak can use yellow echo to shoot projectiles, strike enemies and demolish objects like these metal containers. We must use this echo to cut the tethers on the lurker balloon. The tethers are scattered across the swamp and we must work our way through it to find and destroy them all. The swamp itself is quite linear. It follows a predetermined path with a few offshoots where you can jump to gather a few collectibles. It is possible to complete it backwards by jumping onto this ledge, though I would not recommend completing the level in this manner because the platforming and bar swinging do not flow as well. To swing from bars, simply jump on them and then jump again when you reach the desired rotational direction. The only drawback is that you can't turn Jak around when swinging. We will finally ride the flut that hatched from the egg on Sentinel Beach in a section of the swamp. Riding the flut is a lot of fun. Also saying the word flut is fun. Flut. She has the ability to sprint extremely quickly and jump extremely far. You can make her flutter, which will cause her to jump even further. The only thing I don't like is her attack. She charges forward, making it very easy to fall off platforms by accident. For a power cell, you must complete a short platforming challenge. Unfortunately, the flut is rarely used. In the game, there is only one more section. This is a pity because these sections are a lot of fun, and I really think they should have included the flut more. We have collected all of the power cells in the area, so let's go talk to Kira.
Great! You have the cells for the machine! They ought to provide enough power to lift that boulder. There we go. Now be careful facing that monster lurker at the top.
Wait! I'll stay here and protect Kira. Jak, I think you're ready to handle that monster without me.
Oh, really heroic of you.
With the boulder out of the way, we can take on the boss Claw. That sounded so posh when I said it, Claw.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We must avoid the rocks that Claw throws at us during the opening phase of the battle. There will be some blue echo inside one of the rocks. Using the echo will cause a bridge to emerge from the lava. We have to sprint across the bridge while avoiding the boulders. On the other side there is a yellow echo that we can use to shoot at Claw, causing him to drop a boulder on his head. Because this is a video game, doing this 3 times will defeat him, because that is the law. The most difficult aspect of this fight is avoiding the lava, which is an instant death. The majority of the challenge comes from figuring out the attack patterns. It becomes really simple once you've worked that out. Making our way forward, we arrive at the mountain pass. It's another zoomer section, and we have to race the lurkers to the finish line before they detonate the explosives. The simplest approach to complete this level is to collect as much as you can the first time around and then return later to clean up anything you missed. The reason for this is that a power cell is hidden behind this destructible wall. However, the yellow eco vent must be opened before you may proceed, and the mechanism to activate such a vent is discovered later on in the game. Volcanic Crater is the game's final hub area, and like the others, we discover that the Red Sage has been kidnapped.
Oh, look, I always wonder if I'm losing body parts in those things. Holy yakkow! The Red Sage's lab looks worse than the Blue's.
Well, it definitely looks as though there's been a struggle here.
I'd hardly call it struggle. Would you, dear sister?
Certainly not. The Red Sage gave up with so little effort. No fun at all.
Gall? Is that you? You've finally gone off the deep end, eh? And Maya, I told you the dark eco would affect you both. Nobody ever listens to old Samos. What have you two done with the Blue and Red Sages?
Don't worry about your colorful friends, you old fool. They're perfectly safe in our citadel. Our special guests.
They have graciously agreed to help us on a little project.
You were wrong, Samos. Dark Eco can be controlled. We've learned its secrets, and now we can reshape the world to our liking.
You can't control Dark Eco by itself. Even the Precursors.
Until now, we've had to scrape by with what little Dark Eco we could find near the surface. But soon, we will have access to the vast stores of Dark Eco hidden deep underground.
Not the silos.
Yes, the silos. They will be opened, and all the Dark Eco of the world will be ours.
But that's impossible. Only a Precursor robot.
Oh, don't look so upset, Samos. We've got big plans for you.
Wait a minute! That was Gall? The same Gall who's supposed to change me back? Gall is the guy trying to kill us? I'm doomed.
We may all be doomed. If they open the silos, the Dark Eco will twist and destroy everything it touches. We simply must get to their citadel to stop them.
The fastest way there is through the lava tube at the bottom of this crater. A few more power cells and your Zoomer's heat shield should get you across the lava safely.
All right, my boy. You know what to do. Take the flea bag and go round up more power cells.
This region contains only 2 levels as opposed to the 3 in the others. To be honest, this entire hub area feels a bit rushed. There are no quests dedicated to NPCs to fulfill. There are only 2 NPCs and all they want is to trade orbs for power cells, which they have 4 of. Because there are also the Oracle power cells, that means that 6 of the 8 power cells in the volcanic crater only require Precursor orbs. You can see why it feels so incomplete. And just the whole area as a whole is a real pain to navigate through. Spider Cave is my least favourite level in the entire game. It's no competition. There are lots of places to fall off, a section where you have to go through in the dark, Dark Eco everywhere, and these fucking spiders. Bastard. Centipedes are eating their way into some tree trunks. If we kill all of them, they will drop a power cell. There are numerous yellow eco vents around the cave. When you hit them once, they begin crawling around the trunk, making them more difficult to hit. Using Jak's goggles, we can manually aim. In the spider cave, there is a secluded section with a lot of scaffolding for us to climb. As we travel higher, it becomes clear that the lurkers are excavating a massive Precursor robot. I'm sure it's not important. When you leave the cave, there is a tough part where you must make it to the volcanic crater with enough yellow eco to crack open this box for the hidden power cell. Once Kira has fixed it, you can use the gondola in volcanic crater to take yourself up to the top of Snowy Mountain. For me, this level is a bit of a mixed bag. There are many aspects of it that I enjoy, but there are also some that I find very annoying. One of the main annoyances are the checkpoints. There are really few and far between. There's a section where you have to run through an area swarming with lurkers. It is really difficult to complete with the number of enemies and even just getting to the location. However, if you fall or lose all of your health, you'll respawn all the way here, so you have to go all the way back through the vexing ice physics. This game's ice mechanics are extremely difficult to control. It is heavily reliant on Jak's momentum. You often have to punch in the direction you want to go just to acquire enough momentum to move forward. However, if you reform it too close to an edge, you can easily launch yourself off the side. The second and last use of the flut is in this level. There are timed platforms that we use the flut to get across. At the end, we activate the mechanism to open up the gate to the enclosed courtyard. With another pretty simple platforming challenge, we can grab another power cell. It feels a bit out of place to have this in one of the last levels. There isn't much of a punishment for falling as you just fall to the ground. There's also a shortcut up once you reach halfway, so it really seems like it belongs to an earlier level. On the mountain, our main goal is to find a way to activate the yellow eco vents. We can see the apertures under the ice, so we need to figure out a way to get into the chamber. Walking through these trees will lead us to the path that leads to the device, which can be easily overlooked. The path is a little difficult to navigate, especially due to the icy areas. However, once you've made it through, we can grab the power cell and turn on the yellow eco vents. Now that the vents are operational again, we can return to the mountain pass and get the previously unreachable hidden power cell. We can proceed via the lava tube now that we have collected all of the power cells in the area.
Alright! With these additional power cells, I should be able to supply the heat shield with enough power to stand up to this lava. But the shield still has a limit. It will now withstand temperatures up to 800 degrees, but no more. So keep an eye on your gauge. I don't want to think about what those temperatures would do to your zoomer.
This is the final zoomer section in the game, and it is probably the best in the game too. It's significantly longer than the rest, so much so that it has a checkpoint halfway through. But it's one of those checkpoints I mentioned earlier that kind of teleports you ahead and can be a bit confusing. The zoomer, like Jak, can pick up blue eco, green eco and yellow eco, allowing it to fly faster, repair damage and shoot yellow eco bolts. The lava tube necessitates the precise use of yellow eco to eliminate bombs that obscure your path. As we near the end, we must activate the final portal for Kira and Samos.
Hey! Where's old short, green, and wrinkly?
This is terrible. Father is missing. I think Gall and Maya may have kidnapped him as well.
Relax, sweetheart. I got everything under control.
Under control? Lurker armies continue to grow across the land. The sages have been kidnapped. Gall and Maya have gathered enough eco to complete their terrible plan. And to stop them, you're going to have to fight your way through their citadel.
Yeah. That about sums it up.
You've got to rescue my father before it's too late. And Jak, be careful.
Yeah, we will be.
All 4 sages have been abducted, and it's up to Jak and Daxter to navigate the vast citadel and rescue all 4 sages.
It's about time you two decided to show up.
Nice to see you, too. Do they have you mopping the floors now?
There's no time for jokes, Daxter. Gall and Maya kidnapped us to sap our energies to power their abominable machine. It appears they have combined the functional remains of a precursor robot with scavenged artifacts from across the land. Then they added a few diabolical additions of their own, creating the one thing capable of opening the dark eco silos. If you can free the 4 of us, we can use our combined powers to break the force shield surrounding the robot before they use it to destroy the world.
There are several challenges to overcome in order to liberate the sages, each of which requires the usage of that sage's associated eco, apart from Samos. Well, I guess you do need to be alive to rescue him, which is what green eco's for, so I guess technically you are using his eco. I'm not sure how much that counts though. So we know that Goal is the Dark Eco Sage and is actually the one trying to kill us. It's a fairly simple twist, but I don't believe it was intended to be a huge reveal or anything. The story itself is understated. It doesn't go into great depth about the world or the characters. The interactions amongst the small cast of characters provide the majority of the plot. Even in the little that we do see of the characters, they're all well defined and likeable. The main character Jak does not have any spoken lines, but his actions and body language reveal a lot about his nature, like looking at Kira's butt.
Nice.
I love that scene. Despite the fact that he has no spoken lines, the game implies that he can talk. He just gets interrupted by other characters, and by other characters I mean Daxter.
What?
Daxter walks a delicate line between being funny and annoying, kinda like me. I can see how some people could find his character irritating, but his dialogue is well written enough that he never crosses that line for me. He isn't portrayed as brave as his best friend Jak, but he's far from a coward.
Okay, fine. We'll save the world. But do it quickly before I change my mind.
He comes across as overconfident but well-meaning. They make a great pair, and I love the way that they animated Daxter on Jak's shoulder. He'll lean in when Jak is moving fast and hold on for dear life when he attacks. While we don't spend much time with Kira, she and her father communicate with us frequently over the radio, either hinting at what we should do next or complimenting us on our success. Kira assists us greatly during the game, and it's difficult to claim that we would have gotten this far without her.
Hey, baby. What do you say you and I go cruising on this A-Grav Zoomer?
Rule number 1, I don't date animals.
Ah, you don't know what you're missing.
Daxter flirts with her, but she seems to be more interested in Jak. Their relationship is hinted at rather than shown, and the game doesn't go into much detail about it, except when Jak looks at her butt. Nice. To be fair, it is difficult to demonstrate a relationship when one of the participants does not speak. Fortunately, they do go more into it in the sequel. Samos is an old curmudgeon. He genuinely cares about Jak and Daxter, he just doesn't always agree with their choices. His scolding is played for comedy and he has some great quips. There's a lot more to his character than what's portrayed in the first game, but we'll go into that in more detail in a future video. The sages are really just MacGuffin characters, with whom we only have a couple of exchanges. Our two main antagonists, Goal and Maya, are undoubtedly the weakest links in the cast. While they are in command of the lurkers, they do not feel like the villains because they do not look like lurkers and have no actual presence within the levels. They just appear in a few cutscenes and that's about it. And Goal's sister Maya is a completely meaningless character. I don't even know why they even bothered including her. She does nothing and contributes nothing to the plot.
It's up to you two to figure out how to destroy the robot.
Oh, right. I get to help the guy that turned me into a furball destroy the only person who can turn me back!
First, save the world. Then we'll try to convince Gaul to help Daxter.
You're too late, Samos. Once I possess limitless Dark Eco, I will have the key to creation itself.
This is madness! Releasing that much Dark Eco will destroy everything we know. Just look what it's done to you.
It has given us a beauty beyond anything you could understand.
Beauty? Have you two looked in the mirror lately?
Just wait until we open the silos, little one. You think short and fuzzy is bad.
And to think, you two traveled all this way for my help. Fools! Enjoy your front row seats to the recreation of the world!
Jak! Take the elevator up and stop that robot!
Here we have to stomp onto this huge button to make the elevator travel up. We charge up with the blue eco and use the floating platform to get to the dark eco silo, and then the final fight begins. We'll be facing the Precursor robot that was excavated from the spider cave. A precursor robot is a sort of precursor statue used as a weapon by the precursors. They are huge humanoid-shaped robots built entirely of precursor metal, with an insectoid head and bright bug eyes and an oracle-like nose coming from the front of their face. Although Goal and Maya appear to have made several changes to this one. There are 5 phases to the fight. The first phase is mostly free. All you have to do is shoot the eye with the yellow eco. When enough damage has been caused, the robot will bomb the platform on which Jak is standing. We can evade the blast by jumping into the air using the blue eco. Enemies will spawn from the dark eco in phase 2. To go to the next phase, we just need to defeat all of the enemies. The third phase is the most difficult. Mines will go off and we'll have to hop over the explosive waves while shooting the robot. When we've hit it enough times, we'll go on to phase 4. During this phase, we must use yellow eco to shoot at the robot once more. This time though, it will answer with a massive cannon.
Righty-o, it does exist.
They must not be allowed to get it!
White Eagle! That could be the stuff to change me back! Or it might stop that robot. Stay fuzzy, save the world. Choices. Okay, fine. We'll save the world, but do it quickly before I change my mind!
The final phase only requires us to gather some white eco, after which Jak will be able to eliminate the precursor robot once and for all.
Do something!
Well, it looks like I may have been too hard on you boys. You do have what it takes to be heroes.
But Daxter, now we can't change you back.
Don't worry about me, baby. You know what they say. Big things come in small packages.
Jak, you have an incredible talent for channeling eco. Samos, you may have been right about this one after all.
And Kira, without your help and ingenuity, none of this would have been possible. Perhaps we've found another sage now that Gaul and Maya are lost.
Yes, Gaul and Maya. The Dark Eco probably destroyed them. Probably.
Ah, who cares? Bring 'em on! We can take 'em again! Right, Jak? I said, right, Jak? Wow! Put it on ice, big guy!
And that brings the first Jak and Daxter game to an end. They do tease that Goal and Maya may return in a sequel. However, for those of us who are aware of the series' significant directional shift, this never happens. If you collect all of the power cells, you'll be rewarded with an additional ending cutscene after the credits. Technically, you only need 100 power cells, and there are 101 in the game. I'm not actually sure if this sequence still plays if you only have 100 power cells, and I'm not replaying this again just to check.
We're heroes, remember? We have 100 power cells.
It's so beautiful.
By the precursors.
Unfortunately, this is the only reward for completing the game fully, and we won't be able to see what's behind the door until the sequel. Because of this, I wouldn't say that this game is worth 100%ing for this reward, but it is worth it in some ways because the game is a lot of fun to play. It's really satisfying to collect everything in a level and see it ticked off your list. Jak and Daxter is a fantastic platformer. The controls are almost perfect, and the various platforming challenges and missions are a lot of fun to complete. While the story is a bit underdeveloped, the adventure is carried by its charming world and characters. But like I said at the beginning of the video, this trilogy is messy, and the sequel makes a huge left turn, making this first game seem a little out of place in the trilogy that it started.
And now for my next number, I'd like to return to the classics.
Naughty Dog's first entry into the Jak and Daxter franchise was both a commercial and critical success, so for the sequel they aimed for something bigger and better, but not in the way that you'd expect. Because this entry strayed so far from the initial game, it's easy to see why some platforming fans were put off. This game tries to do a lot, both with its story and its gameplay, and it's really clear that the developers are really trying to expand on what the platformer genre could be. Instead of building directly on the structure of the first game and implementing more elaborate platforming challenges and mechanics, they decided to go with the game concept of, what if Grand Theft Auto was a platformer? Which sounds really weird when you say it like that, but it kind of worked. Kind of. Jak II, also known as Jak II Renegade in New Zealand and other PAL regions, was released in 2003 for the PlayStation 2. Like the first game, it was re-released in 2012 as part of the HD collection for the PlayStation 3. And again, just like for the first game, we will be playing through the PS4 emulated version for this retrospective, with mixed results, as Jak II has some significant emulation errors both visually and performance-wise. While Jak II is still considered a part of the platforming genre, it also leans heavily into the third-person shooter genre. Jak II begins immediately after the first game's 100% ending, making the completionist ending the canon ending. Looking back on that ending, it's clear that Naughty Dog did not have this trilogy completely planned out from the beginning. Now, just because I think the story of this game was not planned in advance doesn't mean that I think it's bad. It's actually quite the opposite, as I think this game has the strongest narrative in the series.
Today's the big day, Jak. I hope you are prepared for whatever happens.
I think I figured out most of this machine. It interacts somehow with that large precursor ring. I just hope we didn't break anything moving it here to the lab.
Easy for you to say. We did all the heavy lifting.
Daxter, don't touch anything! Though the precursors vanished long ago, the artifacts they left behind can still do great harm.
Or great good, if you figure out how to use them.
I've had some experience with such things. I know you can make it work.
Looks like Jak still got the mojo.
Interesting. It appears to be reading out some preset coordinates.
Wow, look at that.
Finally, the last rift gate has been opened.
What are those things?
So this is how it happened.
You cannot hide from me, boy.
Do something, Jak!
What's this do? Or that? How about this one? Everybody press all the buttons.
What was that thing?
Hang on, everyone!
I want on this thing!
Find yourself, Jak!
Okay, I swear, that's the last time I ever touch any stupid precursor crap!
There he is. Move in. Step away from the animal.
Ah!
Forget the rat. The Baron wants him. We've been waiting for you.
Don't worry, Jak. I'll save you before you know it.
The events of the spin-off game Daxter take place during the gap of the 2 years between the main games. It was designed specifically for the PlayStation Portable and follows Daxter's exploits while Jak is locked up in jail. While continuing his search for Jak, Daxter takes a job as an exterminator to combat the growing number of metal bugs that have taken up residence in the city. It wasn't created by Naughty Dog, rather the development team Ready at Dawn, who you may already be familiar with as the creators of the excellent werewolf video game known as The Order 1886. In any case, I won't be playing through this game for this retrospective, but I did think it was worth mentioning in passing because it does make an effort to fit into the canon.
Dark Eco injection cycle complete. Bio readings nominal and unchanged.
Nothing. I was informed that this one might be different.
He is surprisingly resistant to your experiments, Baron Praxis. I fear the Dark Warrior program has failed.
You should at least be dead with all the Dark Eco I've pumped into you.
What now? Metalhead armies are pressing their attacks. Without a new weapon, my men cannot hold them off forever.
I will not be remembered as the man who lost this city to those vile creatures. Move forward with the final plan and finish off this thing tonight.
As you wish. I'll be back later.
Ding ding, 3rd floor. Body chains, roach food, torture devices. Hey buddy, you seen any heroes around here? Whoa, what'd they do to you? Jak, it's me, Daxter. That's a fine hello. I've been crawling around in this place, risking my tail, literally, to save you. I've been looking for you for 2 years. Say something. Just this once!
I'm gonna kill Praxis!
Shh! Right now, we gotta get you out of here. Just let me figure out how to open the security locks for your chair so I can... Or, you can do it. Jak, easy now. Easy, buddy. It's your old pal Daxter, remember?
Daxter?
What the heck was that? Sheesh! Remind me not to piss you off. Come on, tall, dark, and gruesome. We're out of here. I brought you some new threads. Put them on.
The game begins with a tutorial, but rather than being a standalone level that doesn't really contribute anything to the narrative, this tutorial is actually Jak and Daxter's breakout from the Baron's prison. All of Jak's platforming abilities from the first game are carried over into the second. He can punch and spin attack, in addition to jumping, double jumping, high jumping, and roll jumping. And just like in the first game, Jak controls wonderfully, with animations that flow smoothly and excellent control while in midair. Even in the beginning stages of the game's tutorial, there are multiple opportunities to die by falling into bottomless pits or being ambushed by enemies. This game's difficulty ramps up rather quickly after the beginning. The game is filled with locations where you can find precursor orbs, but this time around they are much harder to come by. The number of them that can be found is relatively low, and they are difficult to locate. They are required in order to unlock secrets within the secrets menus, such as removing Jak's goatee, unlocking concept art, infinite ammo, which is only available after you beat the game, and hero mode. You will be able to keep all of your equipment and play through the game once more in hero mode, but the difficulty level will be increased. Platforming through the stage, we find an open door that drops us down into the dirty and dungy street below.
Hello, strangers. My name is Core. May I help?
You look like a reasonably smart man. I want information. Where the hell am I?
Sorry. He's new to the whole conversation thing.
Well, my angry young friend, you are a guest of His Majesty Baron Praxis, the ruler of glorious Haven City.
I was just a guest in the good Baron's prison.
Inside a cell or inside the city, walls surround us both. We are all his prisoners. Talk about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'd move on if I were you.
By order of His Eminence, the Grand Protector of Haven City, Baron Praxis, everyone in this section is hereby under arrest for suspicion of harboring underground fugitives. Surrender and die!
Excuse me, sir. Don't you mean surrender or die?
Not in this city. Protect us from these guards, and I'll introduce you to someone who can help you.
During this portion, the game will transform us into Dark Jak automatically. Dark Jak's primary focus is on close combat, and he gains both strength and speed as a result. Despite the fact that this form is advertised as the most significant new addition to the game, you don't really make that much use of it. It simply does not keep up with the difficulty curve of the game, and it will frequently get you killed more quickly. This is mostly due to the fact that you will be facing off against a large number of ranged opponents, and Dark Jak just isn't very effective at taking out enemies at range. Additionally, he is difficult to keep under control. He launches forward and slides along the ground rapidly, making it really easy to fall off platforms and slide into enemy fire. Before you are able to transform, you must first fill up the Dark Eco meter. Dark Eco can be found in crates and dropped from defeated enemies. However, since it takes a while to fill up, you won't be able to transform very much. Because of all these factors, I almost never utilise Dark Jak. And to be honest, I'd often forget that transforming was even an option.
That was cool! Do it again.
Something's happening to me. Something he did. I can't control it.
Very impressive.
You okay, Jak?
What you just did was very brave. This child is important.
This kid? He looks kind of scruffy.
You are in a restricted zone. Move along!
Thank you for your help, but I must get this boy to safety.
Hey! What about us?
There is an underground group waging war against Baron Praxis. Its leader, the Shadow, could use fighters like you. Go to the slums, find a dead-end alley near the city wall. Ask for Torn. He can help you.
Following the confrontation, we have been tasked with locating the underground stronghold. It is at this point in the game that we are shown one of the gameplay elements that appears the most frequently: driving. Yay. And while it's not terrible, I wouldn't exactly call it fantastic either. There are several kinds of vehicles, but they all operate according to the same control scheme, despite the fact that their speeds and how they handle are all a little different. Because of their smaller size, the smaller vehicles are able to make sharper turns and gain more speed, but they can only take a small amount of damage before they explode. The larger vehicles, on the other hand, have the opposite characteristics, moving more slowly and turning more broadly, but they are able to withstand significantly more abuse. There are also a couple of vehicles used by the Crimson Guard that can be stolen. These vehicles have mounted guns that have an infinite supply of ammo, though they are rarely used because they aren't found unmanned very often, and if you steal them you get hunted down by the guards, and they aren't really worth the trouble. It is possible to fly high or low in order to avoid pedestrians. Because there is always a lot of traffic and colliding into other vehicles is the primary cause of receiving damage, you want to keep your vehicle close to the ground most of the time. The Crimson Guards don't care about the citizens of Haven City at all. They're more like a gang than a police force. They don't care if you run over and steal from innocent bystanders, but if you do so with the guards, then you better watch out. You'll be hunted down by them. It's shoot to kill with these guys.
Surrender and die!
Even though this feature isn't all that bad, the guards aren't very good at hitting you when you're on your vehicle. It still has the potential to be really frustrating, particularly when you're in the middle of a mission. It just seems like things get out of hand much too quickly and way too often. It is possible to sneak by the security personnel without raising their suspicions, but all it takes is the slightest contact with one of them for them to start chasing you. Because of this, travelling between missions is far more stressful than it ought to be. After completing a challenging job, you may just want some peace and quiet to collect your thoughts, but this game doesn't actually provide that for you. If you want to reach anywhere within a decent amount of time, you have to remain on edge and keep an eye out for the guards at all times. The underground hideout is in the slum area of the city, and we will be visiting this area a lot throughout our playthrough. Here is where our first encounter with Torn, a former member of the Crimson Guard, takes place. I'm pretty sure that's not a spoiler.
Stop it! You're spoiling it! You're spoiling everything!
If it is, I'm sorry.
We're looking for a guy named Torn. Core sent us. Are you Torn?
Maybe this guy's a mute, like you used to be.
New faces make me nervous. Word is you're out to join the fight for the city. You know, picking the wrong side could be unhealthy.
We want to see the Shadow.
Not likely. If you want to join something, why don't you and your pet go join the circus? Unless you've got the fur for a really tough task. Steal the Baron's banner from the top of the ruined tower and bring it back to me. Then, maybe we'll talk.
In order to complete this assignment, we will need to scale the side of a towering structure and recover the flag. It's a good platforming challenge that focuses your attention on the game's platforming mechanics and helps you get better at them. When we make it to the peak, Jak and Daxter begin to perform their signature victory dance, but it is cut short and the tower begins to crumble. This little cutscene appears to be a means for the developers to tell the player that Jak II will be considerably different from the game that came before it.
Yeah, I guess you guys are in.
After completing the assignment that Torn gave us, we have to make our way back to the hideout, which is one of the game's biggest weaknesses. Backtracking. How fun. You get the impression just by looking at the map that there is going to be a big open world with a lot to do, and while the city's size and how seamlessly you can move through it is quite impressive, especially for the time, there isn't a whole lot to do in the city itself. The game is divided into two gameplay sections. One section involves you participating in story missions, with many of the missions taking place in designated areas both within and outside of the city. The other section is the free roaming aspect, which occurs between missions and allows you to explore previously visited areas as well as the city itself. Not all regions of the city are accessible at the start of the game. You will need specific security passes to enter certain areas of the city. These passes are gained as you progress through the main story, thus exploring is limited at first. When you journey through the city, you will come across these screens. When you interact with them, they will give you a very short side mission to accomplish in order to collect precursor orbs. There are several varieties. Most of them will assign you a time limit to locate an orb. You only get a fleeting glimpse of where the orb is. These can be challenging, but they're a lot of fun and my favourite form of side mission. Then there are tasks that require you to collect a particular number of items within a given amount of time. It's not that interesting, but it's different. Not that different. Then there is the ring challenge, which requires you to drive through all of the rings in a set amount of time. During these missions, traffic is your worst enemy, and you'll find your Zoomer crashing repeatedly. I despise these side quests, but luckily they are all completely optional. And that about covers it when it comes to the side missions you can do within the city. You are free to walk or drive around the area as much as you desire, but the NPC civilians will not engage with you in any meaningful way. You have the ability to kill them, but apart from the fact that they will begin to flee from you, nothing else happens. It is possible to steal their vehicles without them making an attempt to stop you. They essentially just act like zombies that have been copy and pasted all around the city. They have no life and no discernible personalities at all. Their presence certainly contributes to the impression that the city is densely crowded and bustling with activity, but apart from that, they do nothing but get in the way. Because the layout of the city itself is so distinctive, it's a little bit of a shame that Haven City doesn't have nearly as many things to do as you would hope. It's comprised of a number of distinct districts, each of which performs a unique function in the city's infrastructure. For example, the agriculture district, which is where all the crops are grown. Then there is the commercial area for trade, and they even have a port. It is obvious that a great deal of planning and consideration went into the structure of the metropolis. There just isn't much to do, and that really sucks.
Woo! Being a big hero sure makes you thirsty.
The Baron turned off all water to the slums. He's willing to sacrifice innocent lives just to destroy the underground. I shouldn't be surprised. I've seen his evil before while serving in the Crimson Guard. That's why I quit.
See, I told you it wasn't a spoiler.
You were a Crimson Guard? Well, that explains your charming sense of humor.
My friend in the guard tells me the valve to turn the water back on is located outside the city, at the pumping station.
Outside the city? What about the security walls?
What about the metalheads? It ain't a petting zoo out there. Peeps be getting deep-sixed.
Find the large drain pipe in the north wall. It'll take you outside the city to the pumping station. Get to the main valve and open it. If you survive, the slums will be indebted to you. If not, maybe we'll have a touching moment of silence in your honor.
I'd like to give him a touching moment.
To get to the pump station, you have to pass through this pretty rundown portion of the city. Without a zoomer, this part of the city can be a real hassle to navigate. In this game, Jak can still swim, but it's extremely slow. Fortunately, we won't have to be doing much swimming in this game. Yay. We arrive at a hidden loading screen after passing through the external entrance. Jak 2 does an excellent job of concealing its loading. It truly makes travelling around the world feel seamless. At the pumping station, we encounter our first metalhead.
Why are you the way that you are?
Gone are the days of beating on the goofy lurker enemies, now it's onto the edgier metalheads, because this game is dark.
Darkness.
Darkness, darkness,
Darkness, darkness.
darkness, darkness.
The metalheads are an alien race of biomechanoid life forms. All metalheads have a metallic exoskeleton as well as a skull gem lodged in the head, chest or back, which drops when slain. Not too much of the metalheads' backstory is known, but it is revealed that the Precursors waged war against the metalheads and their unnamed Dark Leader.
Darkness.
They were able to annihilate the Precursor civilization and dominate the universe unopposed for eons. By collecting enough skull gems, we will obtain more powers for Dark Jak by bringing them to the Precursor statue. Metalheads aren't the only foes in the game. Different wildlife will attack you as well. At the moment, we only have our basic punch and spin moves to deal with them, but that will change very soon.
Ah, the valve. Allow me.
Jak, please, help.
Don't say it. Don't even chuckle. Next time, you turn the valve.
This game's cutscenes are fantastic. This is where Naughty Dog really began to show off their cinematic storytelling abilities. Both the animation and the models have vastly improved from the first game. Although this game has a darker tone, it is far from depressing. The comedic moments and snappy dialogue keep a wonderful balance. Getting through a challenging section and being rewarded with a cutscene is well worth it because the characters and story are both incredibly engaging.
The slum's water is back on. I'd love to see the heads roll when the Baron finds out.
Yeah, I'm sure he's losing lots of sleep over this armpit of the city. We've done what you've asked. Now when do we see the shadow?
When I say so. If I say so. But before I even think about it, I want you to take care of an ammo dump we've ID'd in the fortress. Lots of Crimson Guards, constant patrols. We know it's vulnerable, and the underground needs you to blow up all the ammo you find inside. Get all of it, and we'll deal a body blow to the Baron.
You're sending us in, tough guy. So what's with this wheel dealer body blow stuff?
That's fine. I want the Baron to know that it's me who's hurting him.
Speaking of difficult sections, this next part is where the difficulty really does start to ramp up. Not a lot, but enough for you to realise that this isn't going to be as much of a breeze as the first game was. The strange camera angles cause the majority of difficulty in this section. When the camera is that far back, it's difficult to assess the depth of the jumps. Overall, the camera is hit or miss. It can be manually changed, but it's also semi-fixed in some parts, making it a little unruly. I believe the camera was the same in the first game, but it was less noticeable because the levels were much more open. While the first few missions appear to be meandering, they allow the game to set up the major players, such as the Baron, who has proven to be a bit of a prick thus far. When the Metalheads attacked a section of the shield wall, the Baron was forced to abandon that area of the city, which is now known as Dead Town. He then struck a deal with the Metalhead leader, arranging a trade of regular shipments of eco to the Metalheads, in exchange for them attacking the city just enough to sustain his illegitimate position as ruler. That is why we see guards giving eco to the Metalheads. Baiting the tank to shoot the explosives in the room, we make it out of the building just in time.
This place has too much excitement. We need to move back to the country.
We report to Torn of what we witnessed, and then we are entrusted with delivering a package to a different part of the town. We can enter the port thanks to the security pass we obtained. This is where we meet the series' most repulsive character ever. Maybe in all of gaming. He's that gross.
I wrote a blog post a while ago about why I f***ing hate video games, because this is what it does. It appeals to like the male fantasy.
Your crew? Well, we shook the heat, and your shipment's in primo condition.
That's good, eh? Because a cargo of rare eco ore is worth more than 10 of your lives. And of course, I'll be forced to collect slowly. The underground will take anyone with a pulse these days. And what we have here, the Shadow's mascot of the month. Ooh, soft. Zig, this fur would go well with my silk suits, eh?
Listen, tons of fun. Anyone can see that you, and I have the real juice in this burg. We're both players, right? We're both looking for a piece of the action, right? I think we can do business, right?
We did you a favor. Now it's your turn. Why is the Baron giving eco to metalheads?
Questions like that could get a person killed, eh? Zig, be El Capitan here and his friend, Bonus. If you want to see what that baby can do, try the gun course outside. Show me some skill with that hardware, and I'll hire you for a job or two, eh?
We now have our first firearm, the Scatter Shot. This gun is powered by red eco and fires with a deafening boom. It's like a really short-range shotgun, but instead of shooting your adversaries with a cluster of small pellets, you hit them with a strong force wave of red eco. The scatter shot is excellent for close-range crowd management and complements Jak's melee strikes. Unfortunately, it has a relatively low range, and even while the force of the shots can push foes back, you can still become overrun, especially if your opponent gets a jump on you. The gun can hold 50 rounds by default. However, this will be increased to 100 as you go through the game. It is incredibly simple to use firearms. Just press R1 to shoot the gun. There is no need to reload in this game, so you can go through your full ammo supply without stopping. To equip a gun, you just use the D-pad that correlates with the gun that you want to use. Guns can be fired while standing still, running, or even while driving. However, while Jak is occupied steering the vehicle, it is up to Daxter to aim the weapon, and his aim is pretty shit. Aiming is a bit hit and miss, quite literally. The game employs an auto-aim function that works well when foes are near to Jak, but becomes highly troublesome when attempting to aim at enemies from a distance. It tries its hardest to aim at what it believes you want to fire at, but it doesn't always work. I think this game might have benefited from a first-person aiming option like it did in the original game. It's surprising that they chose to remove this feature rather than expand on it, because honestly, if that feature should have been in any of the Jak games, it should have been in this one. Each gun type tribe in the game has a gun course challenge that can be completed. If you can beat the high score, you'll get some precursor orbs. We return to the pumping station armed with our new weapon to assist Sig in exterminating some large metalheads with his peacemaker. When we return to levels, new pathways are generally opened up, so we're technically going through the same level, just in a different way. It's an extremely creative approach for the creators to duplicate locales and assets without the player getting bored. We must defend Sig while he charges his peacemaker. You'll have to restart if he loses all of his health. The enemy attacks in short waves, making them very easy to eliminate before they reach Sig. When we have vanquished all of the metalheads, Sig will collect the trophies and we will head to Cruz Bar to discover more about the Baron's ties to the metalheads.
All I know is that the Baron cut a desperate deal with the metalhead leader. Metalheads need eco, so the Baron supplies them with regular shipments. In return, the metalheads agree to attack the city just enough to satisfy the Baron's continued rule.
Yeah, but how long can that deal last?
Well, the Baron is running short on eco, eh? And the metalheads are short on patience. Baron Praxis needs this war to keep in power. Otherwise, the city would put the true ruler on the throne, wherever that little brat is.
Daxter and I will clear your sewers. And we haven't forgotten about that weapons upgrade you promised in return.
Bloodsuckers.
Now we have even more reason to take out the Baron. Besides him inflicting personal pain on Jak with dark eco, he is also putting Haven City in great danger. The city was founded as a monarchy under the House of Ma, with descendants of Ma passing down the throne from generation to generation. The House of Ma was eventually deposed by the city's martial dictatorship, which was formed by the tyrant Baron Praxis. Even though the Baron should be ousted, I don't believe that restoring a small child as the city's ruler will help the situation. Just because the kid is supposed to inherit the throne doesn't mean he's going to be any better than the Baron. I know the game doesn't really expect a player to think too hard about this, as it's just trying to be a bit more of a motivation. I know when I was a kid I didn't really think about it, but it's just one of those things that isn't as great of an idea as you might first think. After we destroy all the turrets in the sewers, Crew will give us our second weapon, the Blaster. This rifle has a long laser sight and is fueled by yellow eco. It's the best all-around gun, capable of taking out enemies both close up and at a distance. However, the gun suffers the most from the game's auto-aiming feature. It won't always shoot at what you want, causing Jak to take unnecessary damage. Jak will perform a quick fire burst if you fire while spinning, which is fantastic if you're getting swamped. You can also punch one enemy while firing at another for a lethal combo. This is without a doubt my go-to weapon. It has plenty of ammo and is effective in practically every situation.
I have a proposition for you, Jak. Racing is the biggest sport in the city. Errol is the undisputed grand champion. He's crazy and dangerous on the track. My kind of guy. Only a fool would dare race against him, eh? And that's where you two come in. A client of mine is looking for a fast driver for her racing team. Here's a security pass to get you into the stadium section. And your contract with just a few trifles from me. I've already signed your name to save time.
The Ma Memorial Stadium is located in the Central Business District. Knife racing takes place here. And no, we won't be racing knives, as great as that sounds, but air races that kind of look like they have knives on the front of them. But first, we have to get to the stadium in time to be selected for the racing team. When we arrive at the garage, we are greeted by a familiar figure.
Hello? Crew said someone was looking for a race driver?
I'm busy right now. You must be Crew's new errand boys. Look, I don't mean to be rude. You did get here fast, but I'm not interested in any new drivers right now, and I've got work to do.
The audience can tell right away that this character is Kira. However, the game depicts the incident as if neither Jak nor Daxter recognize her voice or silhouette, which is kind of illogical. In reverse, it seems reasonable that Kira would not recognize Jak's voice because Jak never used to talk, and Daxter does not speak during this meeting. I completely get what they are going for, and it culminates in a really good reunion later on. But it's one of those things that you may love in the moment, but doesn't really make sense when you think about it later on. Anyway, Kira isn't looking for a new driver for her team, but she might consider us if we beat the jetboard challenge at the stadium. The jetboard is essentially a hoverboard and is an extremely enjoyable addition to the game. Not as fun as the flip-flop in my opinion, but still pretty good. The board is simple to use and speeds up Jak's mobility on the ground. Turning is a little slow, but you can jump off the board at any point, which is a terrific way to do a quick 180 turn. The jetboard can jump, high jump, and grind on rails. Tricks can also be performed, however they are mostly used for fun and to get points throughout this challenge. However, there is a technique where you can spin in the air and land correctly to gain speed. We only need to gain enough points within the time restriction to pass this challenge. The longer you can keep a trick going, the more points you gain. It works in a similar way to the Tony Hawk's games, where repeating the same tricks earns you fewer and fewer points. There are 3 tiers from bronze to gold that will reward you with orbs, similar to the shooting range challenges. One of the best aspects of the jetboard is the ability to travel over water in dark eco. This opens up new areas and levels and allows for the collection of more precursor orbs. We won't be able to take advantage of this improved mobility right away because we don't get to take the jetboard with us when we leave the stadium.
We beat the stadium challenge.
Great. People do get lucky. Listen, don't you have someone to collect money from or beat up or something?
You don't like us, do you?
You work for that slimeball crew. What's not to like?
Looks like you've won a few races. Isn't it true the city champion gets to tour the palace?
Yeah, why?
Could you get me into the palace?
A friendly visit, I gather.
Yeah, I'm a real fan of the Baron.
Okay, I'll help you out if you stop bothering me. I saw an old maintenance elevator at the base of one of the palace support towers. That old lift might take you up to the palace if you can find a way to turn on the elevator's power.
We need to finish a couple more missions before we can enter the Baron's palace. Missions are dished out in sets, so you'll likely have 2 or 3 missions to do in any order. This does not mean that the game is non-linear, as the next set of missions cannot be unlocked until the previous set is completed. This help makes the game feel a bit more open without making the story a complete mess to follow.
Brilliant! I have absolutely no idea what's going on.
There's always context and follow-up as to what you're doing, and although some of the missions feel a bit fillery, you will always be rewarded with some funny character interactions or some new equipment. Torn assigns us the task of rescuing Vin, the operator of the Haven City power station and an underground informant. It's during these missions where the game really starts to ramp up in difficulty. There are metalhead eggs all over the place and we need to use the turrets in the level to smash them all, but there are also flying metalheads to contend with, which can be a real annoyance. The first person shooting controls aren't particularly good. They're quite sluggish and they're also inverted, which was the norm at the time, but now takes some getting used to 19 years later. There are multiple spots where you must destroy eggs with the turret, and if you die at any point in the level, you have to start from the very beginning, but only kind of. For some strange reason, the checkpoint resets you to the beginning of the level, yet your progression in destroying the eggs is saved. So you have to go back through the level just to get back to where you died. It's just an odd use of checkpoints, and it doesn't get any better from here. This game lacks checkpoints, which is where the majority of the game's difficulty spikes occur. Some levels in Jak 1 definitely had the issue of poorly placed checkpoints, but at least in that game the level design was more open, so there was always something else you could go for if you were having trouble, and many of the challenges were optional. However, this is not the case for Jak 2. All the missions must be completed in order to progress. Jak 2 expects a lot more from the player. It doesn't just want you to finish the objective, it wants you to finish it well. If the game assigns you a time limit, it will be strict. If the game wants you to defeat a bunch of enemies, it's going to throw a lot of them at you. If you have to do some platforming, it's going to be over bottomless pits. Jak's health is another significant aspect in the challenge. In the first game, Jak had a maximum of 4 hit points, which was more than plenty given the number of enemies to contend with. In this game, Jak has double that, with a total of 8 hit points, which seems reasonable given the massive increase in opponents. until you realize that it isn't actually 8 hit points, because with the exception of some of the smaller enemies, most enemies will take away 2 health. That means you have roughly the same amount of health as in the first game, but you'll be dealing with far more enemies. But you might be thinking, given that Jak has guns, opponents should be much easier to deal with. No. Some metalheads require numerous bullets to kill and have ranged attacks, making it very easy to be swarmed. The Crimson Guards have the accuracy of stormtroopers, but they can easily catch you off guard, especially when they spawn off screen. All of these factors combined have resulted in an incredibly hard game. But is it too hard? Well, difficulty is a very subjective thing, and if you had asked me as a kid if it was too difficult, I would have definitely said yes. I'm going to be honest with you guys. When I first played this game, I really did struggle with it. I would get stuck in certain sections for weeks and it kind of soured my experience. So I can fully understand why people might not like this game because of the difficulty. But now that I'm older and not as horrible at games as I once was, allegedly, I think this difficulty is about right. Jak 2 is a difficult game, but it is also a really rewarding game. When you successfully complete a mission that you are struggling with, you truly feel as if you have conquered that portion, giving you a sense of relief as well as accomplishment. Torn has sent us on another expedition to the pumping station to assist an underground ally Ashlyn.
Watching me take care of those metalheads was pretty exciting, wasn't it, Sugar? Hey! Sweet stripes! Give me them digits so I can look you up sometime! We'll party hard! Big city style!
Tell Torn Baron Praxis is planning something big. I think it has to do with that symbol.
What is it?
It's the seal of the House of Mar, the founder of Haven City. We're being sent out on suicide missions to locate artifacts from the time of his rule. If curiosity's worth dying for, you can ask the blind old soothsayer in the bazaar named Onan. She might know something about all this. Here's my Bazaar Access security pass.
Your name's Ashlyn, huh?
We're even now.
Wow! What a woman! Arrgh.
We'll learn a bit more about Ashlyn later on, but we need to go to the bazaar and find out more about the Seal of Mar. The bazaar is a really annoying place to travel through. You have to drive up these ramps and it's really hard to avoid traffic. Also, a lot of the area is inaccessible by vehicle, so it must be gone through on foot or jetboard.
If I had one!
We arrive at the hut where we meet Onan, an elderly soothsayer, and her translator Pekka, who is a mix between a parrot and a monkey, I think. It is here that we are tasked to find 3 artifacts to help us gain access to the Tomb of Mar, because of course we need 3, because this is a video game, and that is the law of video games. The Mountain Temple, also known as the Precursor Mountain Temple, houses all 3 artifacts. We get to the temple by going through the Garden District and using the warp portal. This level is very reminiscent of the first game, with precursor structures everywhere as well as more of a focus on platforming. At the start of Jak 2, the game plays out much like Jak 1, with a lot of platforming and a sprinkling of combat. However, as the game progresses and we gain access to weaponry, the game switches to more combat orientated missions. While I enjoy the combat, I prefer missions like these that strike a better balance between the 2 styles of gameplay. We must overcome 3 challenges in order to acquire all 3 artifacts. Fortunately, the game is a little more lenient in this section and we don't have to complete all 3 with only 1 life. They have these rhino metal heads that you must bait into attacking you before you can shoot them in the underbelly. I suppose they are a mini boss, but even that's stretching it a bit. They're more like a mini boss. At the end of one section, there's a little puzzle where you must hit the cubes in the right way in order to safely make it across the dark echo. This is probably one of the main reasons that we weren't given the jetboard right away, as it would make this section trivial. The hardest and my least favourite part of this mission is making it up this cliff. There are rocks constantly falling that need to be avoided, and because Jak gets pushed back after taking damage, it is really easy to get hit by the rock and then fall down. There are health packs that drop from crates, so there is at least that, but then it also makes you wonder why Crimson Guards place these crates here. After acquiring all 3 artifacts, we don't do anything with them for quite some time, so we return to the city where Vin manages to power up one of the elevators, allowing us to ascend to the Baron's palace. As we ride to the top of the elevator, we are greeted with a breathtaking view over Haven City. I love the fact that they spent the time to have a full view of the entire city. In the distance you can see the various districts, the strip mine, and even the mountain temple. It's a fantastic setting for one of the game's best platforming sections. It's all platforming with retractable terraces and swinging bars. It's a great breather before the upcoming boss battle as we make our way across to the throne room.
I've told you I will have more eco by week's end. We'll transport it directly to your nest, as promised.
A deal is of no value if you can't deliver, my dear Baron. I grow impatient with your puny gestures. Give me the agreed upon eco soon, or the deal is off, and your precious city will pay the price.
He's toying with us! Let me lead an assault on the nest before it's too late! I can take him!
Patience, Commander. No one has ever penetrated the Metalhead nest, you know that. I've seen what comes of such foolish plans. No, strength is their weakness. We play helpless. We train them to eat from our hands. And then... Move forward with the plan! Tell Ashlyn to up her patrols. I want that tomb found.
But your daughter has not been agreeable.
I'll see to that problem, one way or another.
Ashlyn is the Baron's daughter?
And find that child! If you'd spent half as much time looking for the little brat as you spent flirting with that mechanic girl, we would have pinned his royal ass to a wall long ago.
As you wish. With enough persuasion, I'm sure our spy... What was that?
This is our first fight against the Baron. There are 3 phases to this fight, because of course there is. During the first phase, he will simply fire at you, and you must avoid his shots. He is invincible until he needs to recharge his shield, at which point you can strike back. In phase 2, he will launch missiles at you. Then in phase 3, he will discharge these fiery tornado things, which are kinda hard to avoid due to their erratic movement. He'll also try to ram into you, which is a good time to counterattack. Once all of his health is depleted, he will fly away and we can escape from the palace unchallenged. Before being dispatched back to Dead Town to halt the metalheads from attacking the sacred site, we undertake some busy work for the underground. We are handed a new weapon to assist us in accomplishing this. Vulcan Fury. It is powered by Blue Eco and has an exceptionally fast fire rate, making it ideal for an all-out assault on a big group of foes. It's also great for taking out flying opponents that are difficult to shoot at. Its main disadvantage is how quickly it depletes ammo. Even with the ammo upgrade, which increases the capacity to 200 rounds, it still runs out quickly. If it weren't for the ammo shortage, this would be the weapon I'd carry all the time. Fighting our way through the hordes of metalheads, we make it up to the sacred site and we find out something that most players have probably already figured out.
Is that? No, it couldn't be. That's not...
It's Samos's hut.
But what? How? When? Where? Why?
We're in the future, Dax. This horrible place is our world.
After finding out this revelation, we return to the underground hideout where we finally get to meet the Shadow, who is, you guessed it, Samos, but younger. Jak and Daxter's reaction to seeing him is kind of dumb. They act as if this is the same Samos from the first game, despite the fact that they just recently discovered that they had travelled to the future, and he looks radically different. Anyway, Samos sends us to the forest to take out some metalheads, and it is here that we finally get the jetboard. It's odd that the jetboard is introduced early on, but you don't get to use it till now. When it comes to distributing equipment, the game does have a pacing issue. You get your first few guns very quickly, but the others come much later. I believe they decided that a lot of this gear, such as the jetboard, was too powerful for the earlier stages, as it provides you access to a lot of places. Remember the lurkers from the first game? Well, they have fallen on some really hard times, as now they are almost exclusively involved with the forced labor trade.
You mean the slave trade?
Yes. We'll be helping out a lurker named Bruta to free some of the lurkers. It's an interesting way to show how much has changed over time. The lurkers in the first game never really came across as big evil bad guys, but more of a workforce that just happened to be working for the villains. So it is believable that over the years that they would end up as slave labor, working in the dangerous mines around the city. In order to free them, we must track down the convoys that have them imprisoned and shoot them down. Then we just have to yell at them to get in the car.
Get
Get in the car!
And take them back to an escape tunnel. While we were freeing their lurkers, the metalheads launched a surprise attack within the city walls. Fortunately, Ashlyn was nearby to assist us in repelling them. The metalheads are becoming more daring in their attacks, heading deeper and deeper into the city, putting the city's defenses to the test. Because of everything going on in Haven, Samus, the one with the afro, asks us to accompany the small child to Core, who promises to look after him. Because of the amulet around his neck, they believe this youngster is the city's long-lost heir. The Crimson Guard are also after him because of his ties to the Ma family, so we need to take out waves of guards while protecting the kid. We arrive at the power station where Core awaits us.
Samus told us to bring the kid to you.
Thank you. I'll be sure to keep him close. Oh, sweet. Interesting. That insufferable mutt never liked anyone but the boy before.
I guess I'm just good with animals.
I hope we have enough eco to keep the metalheads at bay. During my travels in the deep wasteland, I saw some of the bigger ones. Awesome creatures.
We saw a big one coming out of a rift once. He was ugly!
I have some valuable information for you. The Baron is conducting an excavation at the dig. He is still looking for that ridiculous tomb. Frankly, I don't believe it exists, but you might as well go out there and disrupt his operation just in case. Knock down all the scaffolding at the site. That should set him back. Here is an air train pass to get you out there.
We can fly to the dig site using the pass we were given. We will use the jetboard to grind on the rails and release the tethers that are holding up the drill. The guards in this area are really obnoxious. They are firing little bombs at you and are extremely accurate, even from across the room. God damn it. We can now access a new region of the sewer thanks to the jetboard. Crew wants us to find a ruby key embedded in a Ma statue that was lost during a smuggling operation due to a flood. But before we can get there, we need to drain the sewer. This may appear to be a simple fetch quest at first, but the key will be crucial later on.
Whoa! Got it. Where would you be without me, eh, Dax?
Well, Jak, I probably wouldn't be 2 feet tall, fuzzy, and running around in a sewer without a pair of pants.
With all of the work we've been taking on around the city, we can finally return to the stadium and reunite with Kira.
We destroyed Crew's cargo.
Great! I'll send you a medal. Now, if you don't mind, I'm on a deadline, so scram.
Are you always this difficult?
Let me handle this, Jak. Listen, lady, we beat your stupid course, and we can outrace anybody in this city.
Wait, that voice.
Now, there's just 2 things you need to know. 1, we don't want to join your stinking race team. And 2, you just lost a date with Orange Lightning. Let's go, Jak.
Daxter, it is you!
Kira!
Oh, I never thought I'd be so glad to see your furry mug. And Jak, you look different.
It's been a tough ride.
The Baron pumped our boy here full of dark eco, and it did something to him. Now he's got super moves or something. And a few anger issues as well.
I've been looking for you guys forever. And planning a way to get us back home. Somehow that rift took us far into the future. I've calculated the time displacement, and I think I've got
found your father. Well, sort of.
Working with the underground, fighting the Baron. But he's,
What?
You need to go see him. And I need to get to the Baron.
You could try to win the Class 1 racing championship. The winner of that big race always gets to meet the Baron in the palace. But you have to qualify by winning the lower class races. There's a Class 3 race starting soon. You can drive for my team. But Jak, we should think about getting out of here. I don't like this place, and some of the people are creepy.
Jak, my boy, I need that ruby key you found, eh? A special client has requested it.
Sorry about that, Crew. I must have forgotten.
Right.
Oh great, driving. My favorite. Fortunately, the knife's controls are quite robust. You can accelerate, brake, bunny hop, and collect boosts along the tracks so you can boost. You can hold up to 3 boosts at a time, but you have to be really careful where you use them, as hitting a wall at too high of a speed will cause you to and even just damaging your vehicle puts you at significant disadvantage, as it will slow you down quite a bit. The more damaged your vehicle, the slower you will go. The other races are not immune though, as they can take damage and even explode. The AI races are quite aggressive, and they will push and shove you all over the track. The best tactic is to hang back at the start of the race and pass them by using the shortcut. The shortcut is quite risky, as if you don't jump and then boost at the right time, you will... There are 5 laps you need to complete, so there is plenty of time to catch up, and if you get far enough ahead, you won't need to take the risk of using the shortcut for every lap.
When is this city gonna provide some challenge, huh?
Hey, I watched your race today. You were pretty amazing out there.
Oh, thanks. Kira, this is Ashlyn. She's just...
Everyone knows who she is.
And Kira's,
A friend. A very good friend.
Thanks for helping out with that tanker, Jak. You've saved a lot of lives. I'm not my father, you know. Ever since I was a little girl, I've looked down at the city streets from that ridiculous palace and imagined a better place.
By the way, they're hunting for you. I'd watch out for Errol. I can't protect you from him.
Whoa, she's a Betty. And she likes you, Jak. Not that I can account for her tastes. I bet you'd love to pin some medals on her chest, huh? What? What'd I say? What did you say, Jak?
You gotta love the drama of teenage romance. Now all of the main players have been set up. We need to win all of the races to gain access to the Baron's Palace. There is also the issue of locating Mars' tomb and gaining access to it before the Baron. Then there is Crew, who is definitely up to something, we're just not sure what quite yet. We need to do a few more missions to aid the underground while also sticking it to the Baron, which is always nice. The Seal of Mar has been torn into multiple pieces, and we must find all of them in order to open a door in the mountain temple that will lead us to Mars' tomb. We have retrieved some of the pieces, but we still need to find a few more to complete it. And it's in this collection quest where we come across one of the most infamous missions in the entire series. And for those of you who have already played this game, know exactly which mission I am talking about. Remember Bruta, the lurker we helped out earlier? Well, he has a reward for us, and it's a piece of the Seal of Mar. Sounds great, and all we need to do is pick it up, and then it begins. This mission is the most frustrating, out of the blue, difficulty spike, rage-inducing moment in the game. Crimson Guards will descend upon you, and there is just way too many for you to fight off. If you try to fight them off, you will die over and over and over again. What you need to do is jump on the jetpoint and navigate your way through the army of guards to the other side of the district. It's really difficult to control the board because of the uneven terrain and the fact that you're being shot at the entire time. Also, hitting a guard will slow you down enough that the other guards will be able to catch up and start attacking you. But if it's so hard to travel along the wooden platforms, why not just travel along the water? Which would be an excellent idea if it wasn't for the fact that just touching the surface of the water is an instant death. This is the worst mission in the game. It comes out of nowhere and is extremely frustrating. Years ago, when I played this game for the first time, this was the mission that stopped me from playing the game for weeks. I just couldn't get past it, and like I said before, all missions are mandatory. There is no way to skip any of the missions. Even playing this again for the retrospective, I had a lot of trouble with this section. We finally make it across, and now we only need one more piece in order to complete the Seal of Mar. We can get the final piece from Onan by playing this short mini game where you just have to press the correct buttons before they fall off screen. It's pretty easy, but I don't really get what it has to do with Jak showing his brains, as it isn't really a logic puzzle. It's more just testing your reaction time, but I guess it's fine. Better than the other fucking mission.
Behold, the Seal of Mar is now complete. Onan says the 3 artifacts you retrieved from the mountain temple are relics from an ancient light tower. Old songs tell how this light tower once shined down on the actual site of Mars' tomb. I sing one of these songs for you. From the mists of time, Mars' light would shine.
Whoa there, Iron Logs. Just tell us what we need to do.
Cretins with no taste, huh? Puh. You must take the 3 artifacts to Mars Gate. Only then will the light tower rise and reveal the tomb.
Returning to the mountain temple, the seal is used to open the door, which really makes you wonder why they couldn't have just used a zoomer or something to fly over it.
Stop talking about it.
Jak and Daxter use the artifacts collected from the temple to power up the light tower, revealing the location of the Tomb of Ma, located just south of the Baron's palace.
You did it, Jak. You actually found Ma's tomb.
Great. Now what? We send this poor kid into a meat grinder?
This is the day I've long awaited, to finally hold the fabled Precursor stone in my hands. You must be cautious, child. The tests of manhood are sure to be fraught with peril, and Ma's heir must face them alone.
It's okay, kid. You can do it. It's just a deep, pitch black, sure to be filled to the brim with painful death old tomb. I wouldn't go in there.
Welcome, heir of Mar. Finally, the chosen one stands before me. Enter and prove yourself worthy to claim the ancient birthright. No. This child is too young to face the tests.
What? No! Do something, Jak!
Jak, remember the sure to be filled to the brim with painful death part?
Great tree limbs! He's going to face the tests. No, he's gone to his death.
Freeze!
The Tomb of Ma is said to be the final resting place of Haven City's legendary founder Ma, and also the location of the last Precursor stone. Baron Praxis has spent many years searching for the Tomb of Ma in order to acquire access to the stone, which he believes can be used to destroy the metalheads. To gain access to the stone, we must pass 2 tests of manhood. The first test will lead us through a series of chambers, each with a unique set of challenges. Memory games, for example, will require you to hit the correct bugs. By diving down at the correct time, you can swim through the electrified water. A platforming challenge in which you must jump on the indicated tiles, followed by another memory matching game in which you must match the sounds. Passing the test will take you to a button that will activate a laser. In order to open the door, we will need to activate both lasers, which requires us to complete the second test. This section contains one of the game's best platforming sections. To complete the challenge, you must make your way across the platforms, timing your jumps and swinging accurately. This segment is a welcome diversion from the combat and vehicle missions we've been completing up to this point. It makes me wish that the game had more sections like this. While I enjoy the other gameplay features, the platforming is by far the best, thanks to the excellent jumping mechanics and level design. After you get through the first enormous room, Daxter will try to lift a large rock that is obscuring your path, but this will trigger the boulder to roll after him. This section is quite similar to the Stampede levels in Crash Bandicoot. You must rely on quick reflexes and memorization. The kill plane in this phase is really low, so you look like you die even before Daxter begins to fall. This may seem to be a terrible thing at first, but is actually very useful, since you don't have to watch a long fall animation before you can try again, which you'll most likely have to do several times. Halfway through, the boulder will be replaced by a giant spider, seeking vengeance for all the tiny spiders we murdered on our trip here. Back with Jak, we still have more platforming to do before we can activate the second laser. We can then make our way back over to Daxter once the doors open.
Daxter, there you are. What happened to you?
I had a hairy experience, no thanks to you.
Welcome, young warrior. Many eons have passed since our hope burned so brightly. Today you have proven yourself worthy to receive Ma's legacy.
He's talking about me! Thanks, your holy statueness. This tomb wasn't so tough.
What you are about to receive contains grave power, and with it comes grave responsibility. Eons ago, the Precursors waged a terrible war with the Horoquan, those dark creatures you refer to as metalheads. Driven by their dark leader, the Metalhead Legions destroyed our great civilization, and now they swarm the universe unopposed, looking for the last relics of our power. Ma tried to hide the Precursor stone in this tomb to protect it from them. It is our last hope, and you were chosen to keep that hope alive.
I think you got me confused with someone else. I just want the stone.
It is time to fulfill your destiny. Behold.
Wow! Let's get the goods.
Fools! You brought me right to the stone. pitiful underground friends were no match for my guards above. Now I will gain the power I need to crush my enemies. And after claiming the stone, I'll begin with you.
Abomination. The Precursor Stone was not meant for you.
Because the Baron will be preoccupied because the Baron will be preoccupied with removing the stone from the monument throughout this boss fight, he will rely on his little robot minions for the first phase. We can't harm him with our own weapons, so we must return bombs that he throws at us. It can be difficult to aim them, but if you align the camera with the boss, a simple spin attack should launch them in the right direction. He will jump down and try to shoot you once you have taken off a third of his health. We can evade his onslaught by using the pillars and waiting for him to drop explosives again. He will have recovered the stone and is now using it to power his gun throughout the last stages of the fight. The laser is so strong that it begins to demolish the platform, but if we just keep using the pillars for cover and hitting him with his own bombs, we'll be able to take him out.
Nice try, but the stone is still mine. Don't worry, I will use the stone to its full potential. Soon all who oppose me will be destroyed by its power.
Despite Jak and Daxter's greatest attempts, Baron Practice escapes with the Precursor Stone. We return to the underground hideout where Torn admits that he was the one who informed the Crimson Guards about the tomb, due to the Baron threatening Ashlyn. To be honest, I had actually completely forgotten that Torn betrayed us. I assumed that the Crimson Guards had simply followed us in. I mean, the tomb's door was blown open by a massive ray of light. It's not like the Crimson Guards would be able to miss it. Our next objective is to infiltrate the Baron's fortress, where Jak was held captive for 2 years. Our friends are imprisoned there, and we must free them if we are to have a chance at reclaiming the stone. The fortress is yet another really hard section. We have some yellow Crimson Guards. Yellow Crimson Guards? Does that make sense? Yellow Crimson. Anyway, there are guards in yellow and they have way more health than the standard guards. You have to get through this really bullshit section where a bunch of them will be shooting at you. If you just try to take them out from the other side of the room, it will just waste your ammo because they respawn infinitely until you make it to the other side. There are turrets that you need to jump across without getting shot, flying enemies to take out. This place is a real marathon event with a bunch of ways to die and no checkpoints.
The Metalhead Masher has saved the day. Oh, and I let Jak tag along too.
Oh, my little hero.
Samos, are you alright?
What took you so long? I added 6 rings to my trunk waiting for you two to get me out of here. Great yakkow horns! What happened to you, Jak?
Wait a minute! You're you! I mean, the other you! I mean, you know what I mean.
Yes, it appears I have an older time twin. Great grass grubs. I can't believe what a cranky old log I become.
2 Samos the Sages. Ah, Jak, they're multiplying.
We need to find the kid pronto. What are you talking about, old growth? The kid already opened the tomb. Our top priority should be to disrupt the Baron's forces. Oh, look who thinks they've sprouted. If you were half as wise as I am, you'd know that the proper course of action is to find the kid. Listen, you old dried-up leaf. I run this outfit, and I say we go after the Baron's forces.
Do we have to separate you two?
Vin's activating the warp gate. We need to get out of here now.
Despite both Samoses debating on whether we should go after the kid or Baron first, we don't really do either, at least not directly. While the game's story is incredibly engaging, it does have pacing issues. Many of the missions feel like busy work, they don't really contribute much to the main objective. We return to the sewers for another job for crew before heading to the Class 2 race. We have been assigned the responsibility of escorting a group back to the Mars statue, another escort mission. Yay! But honestly, it's not that horrible because the NPCs can fight back. The lack of checkpoints is once again the most difficult aspect of this mission. When we return to the statue, they end up destroying it in order to retrieve the Heart of Ma, which was hidden inside. What crew intends to do with these artifacts is unknown. but his other lackey Sig is growing increasingly concerned. Even though Crew is dodgy as hell, he does keep his promise and rewards us with a new weapon mod, the Peacemaker, the same gun that Sig uses, and it's shit. Well, not really, it just has very limited utility due to its extremely low ammo capacity. It can be charged up to release electrical dark ecosphere. It's slow to charge but does a ton of damage and can hit multiple enemies at once. It is more effective at long range due to the slight auto-seeking effect of the bolt, making it even possible to fire the weapon without facing the intended target. It's great for taking out chunks of health from certain bosses, but other than that it just isn't worth using over any of the other guns. The Class 2 race is about to begin, so we head over to the stadium to get ready for the race.
Well, if it isn't the Dark Eco Freak.
Where's Kira?
Don't worry, I'm keeping a close eye on her. You're the talk of the town, Jak. You give the people hope. How pathetic. I would have enjoyed killing you in prison. But now, it'll be so much more fun to take you on the track, in front of the entire city. I can hear the roar of the crowd now, as everyone sees their hope die.
It's good to have you back, Daddy.
Yes, it's nice to be free again.
You know, Kira loves a winner. Someday she'll be my mechanic.
Stay away from her.
Errol's the best racer I've ever seen.
He's not what you think.
And you're a good judge of character? Ha! Look at you. People say you get angry and change. Besides, the Jak I knew wouldn't be working for a guy like Crew.
I need Crew's connections to fight the Baron. Without my... You know what? Do it your way, and I'll do it mine. Just don't come crying to me when the walls fall down.
Jak, buddy? Where you going there, pal? Jak? Jak?
Attention all drivers. The Class 2 races will begin soon.
Now what are we gonna do?
You'll have to drive for the team, Daxter. We need this win to qualify for the final championship.
How hard can it be? Just hold on tight and point the thingy where I want it to go, right? And then there's the other thingy that makes it go fast. Fast is good. I can do this. I'm ready to race.
Driving as Daxter is very different from driving as Jak. The controls are the same, but the physics are not. He's much lighter than Jak, making tight bends much more difficult because he can't lean as far into the corners. The advantage of this lack of weight is that if you contact the side of the track, you're more likely to ride up the wall rather than sustaining damage by crashing into it. The course is different from the first one, in that it has more spots to fall and dips in it. There is still an improvised shortcut you can take, at your own risk. Completing 5 laps in first place will qualify the team for the Class 3 race.
Now there's a handsome winner.
You did it, Daxter! You helped us qualify for the big race!
Did you ever doubt? I backseat drive for Jak all the time. Hey! When do I get the winner's big kiss?
Maybe later, if you're a good boy.
Hey there. We showed those Class 2 losers a thing or two, huh?
I saw. You drifted a little high in the turns a few times, but you hung in there. I'm proud of you, Dax.
Really?
Yeah, you did great.
No, we did great. Right, partner?
Jak and Kira still haven't made up, and Errol's mouthing off isn't helping. We accept his challenge to a race. We must fly through all of the rings, which also act as boosts, in order to beat him to the stadium. He's not too difficult to defeat, as he seems to struggle quite a bit on the corners. The traffic is the biggest obstacle during this race, as usual.
Don't get too cocky, Outlaw. Next time we race for keeps, and your head will be my trophy!
Blow it out your ear! You were bottle-fed, weren't you?
After all the big dick energy, we can finally do something constructive. By helping the young Samus with gaining his sagely power. A magical seed can be found in the abandoned hut. Using this Titan suit, we must make our way up through the ruins to retrieve it. Why we have to use the Titan suit when we had no problem getting up here before?
Start talking about it.
The suit is not that fun to control. It has a really bad melee attack that is slow and clunky to use and has no ranged attacks, meaning you have to jump out of the suit and take out enemies if you want to shoot them. The suit just doesn't have enough health to be able to take that much damage, so you can't just walk up to an enemy and punch them as you'll quickly run out of health. You can also lift objects and throw them, but it's not really used much. The jump is quite good as it has a lot of height to it, but other than that, not a fan. Also the leg keeps freaking out. The suit is used in a couple of other missions, such as a mission we are sent on by Core to sabotage a main control tower to interrupt the Baron's eco supply. Grabbing the seed from the hut, we bring it to Onan, who prepares it before we bring it to the young Samus in the forest. So it was actually Jak and Daxter who were responsible for making Samus a full-blown sage. Of course we get attacked while we are there and must protect Samus. This is one of the few places where Dark Jak was actually useful. One of the upgrades that you get for Dark Jak is invincibility, which is a great way to give yourself a little bit of breathing room when you're being swarmed by enemies.
I'll show you guys what I've been working on if you promise not to laugh.
Ooh, I love surprises, and I love to laugh. Show me, show me.
I've been building a replica of our crashed Rift Riding machine from old artifacts.
That's my girl.
But I'm still missing 2 pieces.
Figures.
Vince says I need an artifact called the Time Map, and an old energy gem history book's called the Heart of Mar. And I've looked in every book on Precursor history I can find, but the Rift Ring seems to have vanished.
You did all this? I mean, that's useful.
Oh, will you two stop moping around and make up already?
I've seen the Heart of Mar. Crew has it. We'll get those 2 artifacts, Kira.
Attention all drivers. The Class 1 championship race is about to begin.
Well, here goes. The race of my life.
Jak, I just wanted you to know, well, you're the best racer I've ever seen.
Hey, what about me? I helped get us here.
Do you want to drive?
Against that crazy Loon Arrow? No way! You got the handlebars, brother. And you'd better keep us alive or I will never speak to you again. Obviously.
Leave him in the dust, Jak.
Crew has what we need in order to return home, but before we can confront him about it, we must win the Class 3 race. This race is by far the most difficult. We are racing against Errol this time around, and he will make use of every shortcut you can. He isn't invincible. It is actually possible that Errol can be destroyed during the race, but it is rare. Like the other races, we must complete 5 laps while finishing first.
Thank you! Thank you very much! Mwah! I love my public!
A brave man of the people. And who is this worthy opponent? In my world, good men are bought, broken. So which is it?
Surprise.
What?
Just a little closer. We need to talk.
Fool! Don't you get it? It's over, Jak. All the heroes died long ago. Only survival remains, by whatever means. This city is mine. These lives are mine. This war is mine. War people die. Kill it. Look out! I win, Jak.
Errol has forever slept himself. Or has he? The entire Crimson Guard is now on our tail, but because we won the race, we are still granted admission to the Baron's palace, which begs the question of why the Baron would tolerate this. Perhaps it's a trap? We can easily lose the guards, and while we're on our way to the palace, I'd like to discuss the music in this game. Jak II has dynamic music that changes based on what is happening in the game. When Jak draws a weapon, the music grows more intense, and it becomes even more intense during combat. Even getting inside a vehicle changes the tempo. In terms of the music itself, I am not a fan. While the compositions and the cutscenes are properly suited to what is happening, none of them are particularly memorable. The in-game soundtrack is extremely repetitious, with few standout tracks. It makes sense because many of the missions take place within the city and have similar soundscapes, but it doesn't really help any of the music stand out. This is not a soundtrack that I would listen to outside of the game.
I shouldn't have trusted you.
Back where we started, huh?
Don't play with me. All along you've been trying to undermine our war with the metalheads. Whose side are you on?
Listen, Ashlyn, your father's planning something terrible, and if...
My father can destroy the metalhead armies once and for all.
If he cracks open the Precursor Stone, the explosion will kill all of us. Don't you get it?
That's right. Not so hard, huh? Even I can figure this one out.
Don't you move. Vin, come in.
What? I've got my hands full here, you know?
You know all about the Precursor Stone myth, right?
Sure. I did my economic energy doctorate on Precurian theoretical physics. Why?
What would happen if the Precursor Stone were to be, say, violently cracked open?
Great. As have enough to keep me awake at night, you give me one more thing to dread. Thank you very much. If someone actually had the stone, according to my calculations, a runaway eco surge in fact would theoretically destroy everything.
Everything?
All things. Every single thing. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go throw up. Bye-bye.
Trust me, Ashlyn. We have to stop him.
I'll try to find out more. But right now, my father is meeting crew at a secret weapons factory near the dig. Here, that's my top-level security pass. It'll get you into the factory, but it won't get you back out. We never had this conversation.
During the Metalhead Wars, Baron Practice created the Dark Warrior program, which required the capture of innocent civilians in order to undertake dark eco experiments on them in an attempt to make them into elite fighters. This is the program that gave Jak his dark form at the start of the game. The Baron eventually declared the Dark Warrior program a failure, prompting him to implement his final plan, and it is this plan that we're attempting to thwart right now. Using a piercer bomb to crack open the Precursor stone should release enough energy to wipe out the entire Metalhead race once and for all. At least that's what the Baron believes. However, smashing open the stone will completely destroy everything. The Baron has contracted crew to create the piercer bomb at the weapons factory, which we must descend. Not only are weapons being developed here, but also robots. With moving conveyor belts and pools of toxic green sludge to fall into, the factory is rather hazardous to navigate. Reaching the top, we find the lump of lard himself.
I knew you were special when I first met you, Jak, and I commend you for making it this far. We've come a long way, eh?
Yeah, I'm getting real teary-eyed.
I love weapons. I love how they look, how they feel, even how they smell.
I think you need serious help.
My favorite was the impossibly powerful weapon Ma built to blast open the Metalhead nest. Poor fool died before he could use it. Ah, well. But I have a new favorite. The piercer bomb I've just completed. My masterpiece is powerful enough to crack open the Precursor stone and release the untold energy inside. As soon as the Baron shows up with the stone, we'll hide it in the last shipment of eco and deliver it to the Metalhead nest. A surprise dessert, eh? Just take this gun upgrade and forget what you saw here.
Not this time, crew. I'm through being your hired gun.
Then it's war, isn't it?
Finally, we get to stick it to his disgusting fat ass. The boss fight against crew is very straightforward. He'll spawn these little green clones of himself that we need to destroy before the real crew will descend down so we can shoot him. Oh, and ignore these beams of yellow light, that's just the emulator freaking out. They can't actually damage you. The Peacemaker works great against him as it takes out a decent chunk of his health. There's also a guaranteed ammo drop on the side of the arena. Just rinse and repeat until his health reaches 0.
Is it too late to give my notice?
Yeah, we quit.
The city is already dead. I've sold you all out.
Jak, I think maybe we should be anywhere else just about now.
Ashley.
We're out of here.
The game is about to reach its climax, but before that, let's play some whack-a-mole. Yeah, this little minigame screams we ran out of time. Not because of the minigame itself, but why we have to play the minigame. Remember the time map that Kira needs for the Rift Rider? Well, we haven't heard hide nor hear of it, and we are very near the end of the game, which seems like a whoops, we forgot about this plot point, but we also running out of time decision. The reward for beating this minigame is the time map that crew had stowed away in the machine. It's never really explained where or how crew obtained the time map. Was it taken from the Rift Rider we came to the future with, or is it the original? I guess it doesn't really matter, but it's just another one of those things that the more you think about it, the more you hate it. As for the minigame itself, it's fairly simple. Using the face buttons and the D-pad, you need to hit the metal heads when they pop up. The gold ones are worth 4 points and the red ones will stun you. The goal is to earn 1500 points without missing more than 20 metal heads.
The time map! You know, Sugar Plum, if any real metalheads came to town, I'd bunk them just like I did in the game.
Daxter?
They'd be all, "Don't hurt me, please!" And I'd be all, "Too late, metal monkeys! You die screaming!" Know what I'm saying? Jak, I think these trophies are still working! Metalheads! Metalheads! Where's Sig when you need him?
Sig? I think Crew sent Sig on one last mission. Something about using Mars Ruby Key to open a secret door in the Underport.
Of course. Come on, Dax. We need to get to the Underport right now.
I'll take the time map to Kira.
Be careful, Angel Chicks, and your hero will return shortly.
Pete, the shield wall is down! Sabotage! Core did it! I knew metalheads would be the enemy! Oh no! Metalheads are at the door! They're breaking through! Too many of them! Jak!
With the shield wall down, the city is under siege. An elevator in one of the port's towers will carry us to an underwater area. To proceed, we must once again employ the Titan suit. Its controls are the same as before, but now we have to keep track of how much air is in the tank. It depletes quite quickly. Fortunately, there are air vents scattered about that when stood on will refill the tank. There are underwater mines that you need to avoid. Then there are these large Lovecraftian looking metalheads that are a pain in the ass to take out because of the suit's piss poor melee attack. Avoiding them is a much better option. Making it through the area, we find Sig.
Hey there, tough guy.
Get your skinny ass over here and start shooting! Man, was I set up! Crew sent me down here to open some old doors with that ruby key you found. And when I did, metalheads came streaming in from some passage outside the city walls. Just like they were waiting for me. There's one!
Crew's dead.
Yeah? Well, he's lucky, because he would not want me to catch him alive.
The metalheads must have promised Crew plenty for him to betray the whole city like this.
Let's get out of here.
It isn't much of a surprise that Crew would do something like this. Even if he did double-cross the Baron, he is still a fat bastard. This section is quite tricky, once again because of the lack of checkpoints. There are small block pushing puzzles to get through, but they aren't the issue. The issue is this bloody thing. This is made difficult by the camera perspective. With the camera so far back, it's difficult to judge the distance you need to jump. There are 2 segments to get through and has to be done in one go. After many attempts, we make it to the end and... Oh. Back on the surface, we meet up with Kira near the stadium. We have all of the pieces needed to travel back in time, apart from the rift gate itself, which according to Samos is located within the Metalhead nest. Yay! We have our lurker buddy Bruta give us a lift with one of his balloons to get the Rift Rider to the nest. Unfortunately, they are an easy target. Therefore, we have to guard both Samoses while they load it onto the balloon. We'll need the power of the Precursor Stone, which is still in the Baron's possession, to obtain entrance to the Metalhead nest. Making our way into the construction site, we are intercepted by Core.
Core, what's going on?
I'm sure you know. Deep down in your darkest nightmares. We've met before, remember? Everything's going exactly as planned.
Jak! It's the metalhead leader!
Now you see. Without the shield wall disrupting my powers inside the city, I am my full potential now. So for the last time, give me the Precursor Stone! If the city must die, then we all die! I will find that stone if I have to crush this city one brick at a time! You are the supreme weapon, Jak, and I made you. Still, any leader worth his salt always has his backup plan. Remember, the first rule in making a bomb is to always make 2.
No, okay, I'm going in. Man, what a mess of junk in here. All jumbled coils and switches. Should I unhook the blue wire? Wait a minute, Aratzel's colorblind? Let me just break a few more things and see if anything pops loose. Boom! Gotcha! Like candy from a baby.
Yes, Core was the metalhead leader the entire time. It is hinted at quite a bit, and it also explains why he wanted to keep the little kid close. You know what I mean. Core is the Precursors and Mars' ancient enemy. We first see him at the start when he lets swarms of metalheads to pass through the rift gate. Because of the time travel aspect, it is unclear where and when the metalheads originate. Core led Jak to the underground and used him throughout the game to undermine the Baron's search for the Tomb of Ma and for eco supplies to trade with the metalheads in order to justify future attacks. He also learned from Daxter that Praxis intended to double-cross the metalheads. You may have noticed that when the underground was apprehended by the Crimson Guards at the tomb, Core and the kid were already gone when we arrived to rescue them. The cutscenes did an excellent job of foreshadowing who he was without revealing too much. A second playthrough definitely does alter your perspective on the plot. With Core on the verge of destroying the city, we must find a way into the metalhead nest. With the metalheads engaged with attacking the city, the nest may have become vulnerable. We take off for the wasteland in search of a way into the nest, shooting our way up through the wasteland, encountering a ton of metalheads along the way, including these huge ones that have lightning tethers shooting out of them. They aren't aggressive towards you, so you can just bypass them easily. Ma developed a massive weapon years ago, with the goal of using the Precursor Stone to blast through the metalhead nest, but Ma vanished before you could use it. When it comes to this gun, it feels like it was not properly set up. It makes sense in the terms of Jak II lore, but it's a bit unexpected when it comes to being put into the narrative. We can now push ahead into the nest where we can finally confront Core.
Finally, you've decided to join us, and you brought the Precursor Stone. Good. The boy will now play his final part.
Not this time.
Oh, but this child is such a part of this. Such a part of you. Don't you recognize him? The boy is you, Jak. And this place, this is where you began, in the future.
But how?
You were hidden in the past on the hope that you would gain the skills to face me today. But Onin was wrong. Now that you've been altered with Dark Eco, the stone will never open for you. Your younger self, however, still has the pure gift. He alone can awaken the stone and the Precursor entity which sleeps inside.
This stone is a precursor?
The last Precursor egg. Ma was clever. He covered his tracks well through time, hiding his last egg from me and building the shield and city to defend it. It has been a long siege, but today I will finally feed on the last Precursor life force.
I think you're forgetting one little thing, Metalomaniac. We've got the Precursor Stone.
Not for long.
Core is a gigantic metalhead who towers over the other metalheads. He has the ability to fly, hang himself from web-like beams, shoot Dark Eco, slam his body down to generate a Dark Eco shockwave, and spawn metalhead stingers from his back. Defeating Core requires a delicate balance of eliminating smaller enemies while still inflicting damage to him without becoming overwhelmed. He'll be launching Dark Eco blasts at you all the time, so keep moving. You can destroy the eggs before they hatch, which will aid with crowd control. Reducing his health by 1/3 causes him to create more powerful flying metalheads, but if you just keep moving and shooting, you should be able to take them out without too much trouble. Core will jump down onto the ground and aggressively chase and shoot at you during the final phase of the fight. He'll also send out a Dark Eco shockwave, which the emulator got an aneurysm from. Regardless of how it appears on the screen, you can just jump over it. All you have to do from there is keep shooting.
Precursor.
It is finished. Our ancient enemy is no more. Take hope, brave one. The terrible darkness inside you is now balanced by a glorious light. We will meet again.
We haven't much time. I've sent the coordinates back to our village. Let's go home, everyone.
But we are home.
Kira, I'm afraid your Rift Rider must be used to send young Jak here to a place where he will grow up, safe from harm. He must become old enough to complete the destiny he has fulfilled today.
Wait a minute.
It's you. I mean, it's me. I have to take him back and watch over him, don't I? Ah, grub roots. Talk about being in the wrong time at the right place.
Hey kid, you take care. Oh, and trust me on this. Stay away from any wumpy nest on your 9th birthday, okay?
I sure hope I built this replica right. I don't know if it...
It's perfect, Kira. This is the very machine we found, or will find later.
What? I just built this. After seeing the first one, I mean. It's based on what I remember from before.
Honey, the more you think about it, the more it hurts the head.
I'll take good care of the child. And don't worry. I'll be back in time for the celebration. Farewell!
Thanks, Amos. Without you...
It's funny. The boy won't remember any of this.
No. I do remember the light.
Your transport is ready, milady.
Thank you, Captain Bruder. Come on. We'll be late for the party at Daxter's new place.
I've got so much work to do. Besides, it's not my thing.
Ten Hut! As the new governor of this city, I ordered the commander of the New Crimson Guard to escort me to an official function. Is that understood?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
You can start rebuilding the city tomorrow. Tonight, we get to celebrate with our new friends. Besides, tough guy, I'm dying to see you dance.
Not likely.
Welcome to the Naughty-Atzo, the hippest, happiest joint in town. Check out the new decor.
Ooh, what a big trophy.
As if size matters. I bagged that bad boy myself, baby.
Onan says she doesn't know who has a bigger head, him or you.
We must not forget Vin and all the others who sacrificed their lives to defeat this evil and protect the child.
I still can't believe that little boy was me. Better times, huh?
You miss him, huh? You know, the kid grows up to be a handsome hero.
Hey, that's enough for you, lady. I'm cutting you off.
Trust me, she gets real mean when she's like this.
What'd she say?
Something about rubber tubing and certain parts of your mother. You don't want to know.
Ah! A metalhead!
Sig!
Sig! I knew that.
You're okay.
You cherries didn't think some nasty-breathed, giant-sized lizard was gonna keep me from the biggest party in town, did you?
I knew you were too tough for him, big guy.
You saved the city and more, my boy. Metalcore and his menace are history, and somewhere out there, an ancient race has begun again.
I'm just glad to be back home.
Yeah, well, rest up. We've got a lot to do, and so much time to do it in.
Don't say time. The Rift Ring was destroyed, remember?
You know, my mama used to read bedtime stories about Ma when she tucked me in. Give me a nice glass of warm yak cow milk, a little poopsie bear.
Bedtime stories? Warm milk? Poopsie bear? Buddy, you just blew your image.
I've got a feeling we'll meet Mars someday. He may be closer than you think.
You're the designated driver.
Oh, no. I am done with adventures. Besides, you'll tell us before something happens next time, right, Samos? Right, Samos?
You never know what the future may hold.
Wait. You know something, don't you, Feather Breath?
Who, me? No, we're just guessing, right, Samos? Hey, tomorrow, only time will tell.
No, you're gonna tell right now!
Why, you little...
Why, you... Dirty fighting! Dirty
That's
fighting!
not my feet! That's not my feet!
Watch your
Don't touch it!
Jak, my boy, a future awaits.
And that is the end of Jak II. I think the story of Jak II is a vast improvement over the first game. It draws you into the world and makes you want to keep playing to see what happens next. This time around the villains are significantly more fascinating. The Baron is an ass, but you can see where he's coming from. He wants to destroy the metalheads just as much as we do, but his methods are severely flawed, not to add to the fact that his motives aren't exactly pure. Core is an excellent final boss, and the story incorporates subtle hints as to his true goals. Errol is perhaps the weakest of the villains. He's basically a jerk with a deep hatred for Jak. He is envious of Jak and Kira's relationship, yet it is a flimsy justification for some of his actions. And the highlight, or perhaps the lowlight of the villains, has to be Crude. Even when he has given you all of this equipment and upgrades, you still can't help but hate the guy. He's just so disgusting and sleazy. Both the returning and new supporting cast members are excellent. I'm not a fan of the love triangle cliche they use for Jak and Kira's romance, however it did allow Daxter to have some of the best lines in the game, so I ended up enjoying it quite a bit. Time travel narratives are notoriously difficult to do right, however I believe they did a good job with this one. It's not to suggest that they aren't some things that don't make sense when you think about them. For example, if Kira is Samus's daughter, why doesn't she travel back in time with them? She should have been born by now, as she is only a year younger than Jak. She is never stated to be his biological daughter, so she could just be adopted. But this sort of stuff really doesn't matter when it comes to the grand scheme of things, as the whole storyline is very paradoxical. It doesn't focus too hard on the time travel aspects, and it's more focused on the characters' interactions. It's just interesting to consider that Jak 2 occurs both before and after Jak 1. Despite some of the story feeling rushed, overall I loved it, and in my opinion this is the strongest in the series. Jak 2 was a significant divergence from its predecessor. It keeps its excellent platforming mechanics but places less emphasis on them. Instead it chooses to spice up the gameplay with shooting and vehicle elements. Whether you enjoy these added changes is subjective, but for me, personally, I would have preferred if they focused more on the platforming aspects rather than the shooting and vehicle aspects. When I was younger, I kind of held a bit of a grudge against this entry, thinking that it was too hard. I'd want to play through the trilogy, but I'd almost always give up on 2 halfway through, or skip it entirely and move on to Jak 3. The difficulty was a huge hurdle for me when I was a kid, taking me weeks to get past certain sections. Replaying this game today, however, I found the difficulty to be about perfect. Although there were a couple of sections that still gave me a bit of trouble, overall the challenge paired with the excellent controls was an absolute joy to play through. Jak 2 has a great story and great gameplay. It's just a great game, but can Jak 3 stick the landing for this trilogy?
You know what I really miss? Soft underpants. You know how it lifts and cradles? You wouldn't understand.
Following the reinvention of the franchise that was Jak 2, Jak 3 takes an even further step away from the 3D platforming gameplay it initially strove for, which, depending on how much you enjoyed these gameplay mechanics, will significantly impact how much you enjoy the third installment. As I mentioned in the Jak 2 retrospective, when I was younger I had a lot of trouble getting through the second game since it was so challenging. And for me at the time, Jak 3 was my favourite in the trilogy. But revisiting this trilogy years later, is this still the case? Is Jak 3 the magnum opus of the Jak and Daxter series that I once believed it to be? ...2004 saw the release of Jak 3, which was exclusively available for the PlayStation 2. In addition to that, it was included in the HD collection that was re-released for the PlayStation 3 and Vita in 2012. In the same manner as we did with the previous 2 titles, we will be playing the emulated version on the PlayStation 4, and just like the previous games, the emulation is not perfect. In fact, as I've played through the games in the trilogy, it appears that the emulation has progressively gotten worse and worse with each title. Though you can think of this as a short review of the PlayStation 4 versions. They can be obtained easily, that is true, but is this the most effective way to play? Never in a million years. There is significant slowdown present in all 3 games, as well as a large number of graphical flaws, some of which actually have a negative impact on the way the games are played. If at all possible, you should play the original PlayStation 2 versions or the HD collection on the PlayStation 3, but you should avoid playing this version on the PlayStation Vita because it has even more issues with lag than the version on the PlayStation 4. I've also heard that it plays a lot better on the PlayStation 5, but I do not have a PlayStation 5. I have never even seen a PlayStation 5.
Tragedy, ain't it?
The storyline of Jak III takes place around a year after the events of Jak II. Jak has been banished to the wastelands by the corrupt Count Vega. Who is Count Vega, you might ask? That is a fair question to ask because the game loves to act as though players should be familiar with who he is, but the truth is that we aren't. As it turns out, he is a member of the Grand Council of Haven City, which is the committee that came to the conclusion that Jak was to blame for the war that is currently raging within the city. Haven City was plunged into chaos when conflict broke out after Core and Baron Praxis were defeated. The Freedom League, which is the successor to the Crimson Guard and is currently led by Ashlyn Praxis and Torn, has been under attack by the remaining metalheads as well as the newcomers, the KG Deathbots.
Right now, metalheads are assaulting the palace. They're looking for something, and I have no idea.
Over here! Jump!
By the Precursors.
In spite of Ashlyn's protests, Jak is left behind in the dangerous wasteland. Jak searches the desert with the assistance of Daxter and Pekka, as well as a beacon that was given to him by Ashlyn. Eventually, Jak collapses.
Right. Good plan, Jak. A nap would be nice. Just a teensy little rest.
This bird is overcooked. The palace.
Looks like we found some live ones. Barely. Here's the beacon we were picking up. Who gave you this? We'll take them with us. Let's move. I smell a storm coming.
And that brings us to the beginning of the game. I must say, this game has a very strong opening. It provides those who may not have played the previous title with a brief introduction of the main players of Jak III, as well as filling in the short time skip from Jak II for the returning players. The biggest weakness to this opening is definitely the introduction of Vega. The game acts like we should know who he is, and it can be more confusing for returning players, because it really makes you think that you've either missed something important or you have forgotten important plot points from the last game, as Vega is not mentioned in Jak II at all. Now of course his character does get more development as the game goes on. It's just one of those downsides you get when you introduce the character so early on.
I love water. Oh yes. It's so good. Desert bed.
Well, you've come back from the dead, have you? And my monks were ready to pray for you. I am Damus, king of Spargus.
Spargus? Wait, nobody lives outside Haven's walls. Not a whole city.
Ah yes, we are the Forgotten Ones. Haven City's refuse, thrown out and left to die, just as you were. But now that you have been saved, your life belongs to the people of Spargus, and we will use it well, if it's actually worth anything.
Hey, that sounds like a bad deal.
You are in no position to deal. Out here, everything is either useful or dead weight. Prove yourselves worthy, or the desert will be your grave.
You need to work on making a better first impression.
In the unforgiving wasteland, we value strength and survival above all. We will see where you stand soon enough. Complete your training, then enter the arena. Just the bravest crawl out and are allowed to stay in Spargus. It's quite simple, really.
What happens to the ones that don't crawl out?
Then it will be as if we never found you.
I was afraid of that.
The first level is a straightforward tutorial that serves both to orientate new players to the game's fundamentals and to refresh the memories of experienced players. As you make your way around the level collecting all of the glowing orbs, Pekka will explain how to use the controls to progress. Because Jak's controls and movesets are identical to those of the second installment, it should come as no surprise that they are excellent. They are incredibly responsive and feel great to perform, thanks to the fluid animations. The presentation hasn't changed much from the last game. The animations both during gameplay and in the cutscenes are fantastic. They hold a nice balance between comedic and serious tones. The music once again is very lackluster. It's not very memorable and is outshined by the rest of the game's elements. When all of the orbs have been collected, a pedestal will rise up from the lava that will lift us up to Deimos.
The candidates have won the challenge.
That's right, we bad. You haven't forgotten what I taught you, Jak.
Anyone can make a few measly jumps. Now let's see how you rate against the living. Readjust the matter formers. Prepare the arena for full combat.
Prepare the arena for full combat.
I just said that.
I know, I was just adding, you know, how you do the thing with the... Anyway, prepare the warriors.
You mean we have to fight against actual people? With actual weapons? Who actually want to hurt us?
Fine, bring them on.
All right, that's it. I want to be on his shoulder.
We're given access to a weapon from the get-go, the scatter shot. It has the same function as in Jak II, being great for up and close encounters, but it won't always just serve this function, as we will see a little bit later on. So far, the gameplay systems introduced have been pretty much identical to the second installment. Unlike the transition from Jak I to Jak II, the core mechanics of Jak III aren't so different from that of its predecessor, at least when it comes to the basics of the gameplay. One clear difference that is apparent is the change to Jak's health and eco meter. The green dots wrapping around the rim of the circle represents Jak's health, but as of yet they do not wrap the whole way around. That is because in this game your health can be upgraded. Yes! For those of you who watched my Jak II video, you'll know that the lack of health is one of the issues I had with the difficulty of that game, and it's great that this game has addressed it. But there is a bit of a downside to this that I'm going to go into detail a bit later on in the video. The yin and yang components are the dark and light eco meters. Yes, light eco does make a return. Dark eco allows Jak to turn into Dark Jak and unleash dark attacks that we will learn throughout the game. Regardless of how much dark eco you have, Jak can always transform. Dark eco can be recharged by collecting dark eco orbs, which can be attained via breaking open ammo crates, beating specific enemies, and standing on dark eco vents. The other side has light eco, which we will discuss in further depth after we acquire it. Collecting light eco orbs will refill the light eco meter. They can be dropped by enemies, but this happens very rarely. The only other way to replenish it is to stand on light eco vents. When there are just 5 enemies to fight, the game will transform Jak into his dark form. After we defeat the last fighters, a platform will appear, bringing us back up to Deimos.
Something you're not telling us, Animal Man?
He has been touched with dark eco, my liege.
Our boy here gets all mean and nasty when you piss him off. So don't piss him off. Word to the wise.
Ah, then he is dangerous, and that could be useful. Your bravery has earned you your first battle amulet. If you are victorious in 2 more arena fights, you will earn your citizenship to Spargus. Here is a gate pass to allow free passage in and out of the city. But beware, there is no true refuge outside our walls. The desert is less kind than I. And for your victory, a gun mod is your prize.
Oh yeah, now we're talking. Hey, what do I get? Nothing, as usual.
We are already rewarded with our second gun mod, the Blaster. It works just the same as in the last game. It's a great all-around weapon with plenty of ammo. As we are leaving the arena, Cleaver approaches us. Cleaver is the guy who runs the place. And he is a dick, but he does own cars though, so there's that. He wants us to catch some lizards that have gotten into the storeroom. We get to ride a leaper lizard to run around the city to catch and eat them. I love the leaper lizards. They're essentially the Flup Flup but not as pretty. They are fast runners and can jump really high and really far. They only have one attack that is a charge attack, which we must use to catch the little lizards. The best part of the leapers is that you don't only get to use them during missions. They are actually stationed all over Spargus City, so you can use them to get around the city whenever you want. While venturing around the city, we run into a precursor monk named Seam, who was investigating a dark satellite that had crash landed on the shore.
Ill tidings sing in the wind. I fear the remaking of the world is at hand.
I think you've been out in the sun a little too long. Let's go, Jak.
You must leave this place. Heroes think they can save the world when they themselves are lost. You could not possibly understand the dark forces at work here.
Don't talk to me about dark powers. I want to know what this is. Stand back.
A little mini-game is played in which we must press the correct face buttons at the precise time. Each correct button press scores 1 point, and a total of 75 is required to win. It begins slowly and gradually increases in speed, but it is very easy. After completing the minigame, a Dark Eco crystal will be revealed.
Don't touch it. Dark Eco.
Yeah, you're impressed now, aren't you? Come on, give him his props.
Those are solid eco crystals. It has been passed down through time that they power the greatest of precursor technologies. Strange. It speaks an ancient dialect, the earliest precursor forms. Something about reclaiming this unfinished world.
Those look like coordinates, like the ones from...
It is picking up a very powerful signal.
I don't think we're gonna like what this thing is yapping to.
Even you cannot save us from this, hero.
Hey, I'm the real hero here. You can call me Orange Lightning.
You may carry the color of our creator's animal, but we have plans to save ourselves. Stay out of our business. You and Orange Lightning are not welcome here.
I love how Seam will unironically refer to Daxter as Orange Lightning from here on out. It just goes to show how much of a serious character Seam is. Precursor orbs have made a return in this game, working pretty much the same as the second game. They aren't as rare as in the second game, but still nowhere near as prevalent as in the first game. Collecting them is completely optional, however the rewards this time around are definitely worth it. Not only do they have cheats for you to unlock after you've completed your first playthrough, but they also have weapon upgrades and vehicle unlocks that can be used during your initial playthrough as well. The orbs can be found by exploring levels, but can also be given as rewards for completing precursor challenges that can be started from these statues. In exchange for skull gems, you can participate in challenges, of which there are several varieties. There are further variations of similar quests in Haven City and out in the Wasteland. Oops, spoiler alert, we are going to Haven City and in the Wasteland. The Wasteland missions incorporate Jak III's new gameplay mechanic, Dune Buggies. Speaking of buggies, we get our first one from Cleaver after we catch all of the lizards. But he isn't just going to let us take it. First we must beat him in a race. Before the race there is a short little tutorial that goes over the controls. They are very intuitive and really easy to get a handle on. Apart from the jumping, which can be a little persnickety depending on the terrain and the buggy you're driving. Throughout the game we drive a variety of buggies, but for the time being we only have access to the Tough Puppy. But that won't be the case for long, since Jak III is very eager to provide the player with new equipment and vehicles. To win the race we will need to complete 3 laps around a circuit while finishing first. There are boosts that you can collect along the track to give you a decent speed increase should you need it. The race shouldn't be too much of a challenge though. I mean, if I can do it, anyone can do it.
Enjoy it for now, Skimmer. I said you could keep the vehicle.
Before we can return to the city, Deimos assigns us a mission of collecting artifacts that are surfaced as a result of the sandstorm. We must recover all of the artifacts before the storm becomes too fierce. The artifacts emit a massive pillar of light and appear on the minimap, so finding them isn't difficult. The challenge is getting to them quickly because visibility will dwindle as time passes, and the most frustrating aspect is that marauders will attack you the entire time. Cleaver, as I previously stated, is a dickhead. And because he's a bitter loser, he sends these guys to attack us in the desert for winning the race. And I don't just mean for this mission, I mean for the entire game. This gameplay element frustrates the hell out of me. It makes exploring the desert a chore because you always have to worry about being attacked. I wouldn't mind if they would attack you on occasion, but they don't. It's pretty much constant, even when you're just free roaming. This mechanics makes... Shut up! I don't care about your stupid car. This mechanic made me not want to explore the desert at all, so I pretty much didn't. A fragment of Mars armor was discovered among the artifacts. Damus offers to let us keep it as a reward. Finding armor pieces is the only way to boost Jak's maximum health. Another great aspect of this mechanic is that you can see it equipped on Jak's character model. We meet up with Seam once again, who is worried that the dark crystal we got earlier will fall into the wrong hands, though she wages up a light crystal in a race against her monks. The race will take us all through the city. We just have to make sure we jump through all of the rings along the way and finish first.
Oh yeah!
Ha! We kicked your scaly tail! Back off, you filthy animal!
Fine, hero. The crystal is yours. The two types, light and dark, when combined form great energies. Be careful with them. And when you die, do be kind enough to give them back.
I don't plan on it. Why are you so obsessed with death?
Because of that, the day star approaches, and every day it grows brighter. This planet's final trial is coming.
Back in the desert, we're on the hunt for some massive wasteland metalheads. Fortunately, we get to drive the Sand Shark, which is not only faster than the Tough Puppy, but it also has 2 machine guns mounted on it. Despite the fact that we killed the metalhead leader at the end of Jak II, some of the more powerful metalheads managed to reassemble. Although these large metalhead beasts seem to be wandering around aimlessly, if you get too close to one, it will launch you into the air. They also have cannons on their backs that fire dark eco blasts.
Metalhead Commander, report. What's happening? If you lost that cargo and you're still alive, I'll kill you myself. I want every dark eco crystal you can find. Time is short. Did you hear me? Wait, not you.
I don't like the sound of your voice.
Ha! You sure kicked sand in his face. Oh yeah, that was good.
That face looked familiar.
Now you're getting paranoid, buddy boy. Come on, Bigfoot, let's get back. This desert gives me the creeps.
It's time to return to Spargus and take on the second arena challenge. We stopped by Damus's throne room before entering the arena, and he gifted us a new gun mod, the Wave Concussor. It's a charged weapon that shoots a circle blast of red echo across the ground. 5 ammo will be consumed by a fully charged blast. The increased range is nice, but it doesn't do much damage, thus I never found it to be as helpful as the other gun modifications. We only need to defeat all of the enemies in the arena challenge. When all of the enemies have been defeated, we can make our way back up to Damus.
You did very well, Jak. You make me proud that our training program is so good. Here is your second battle amulet and a new weapon mod. One more arena win, and you will be a true wastelander.
With Cleaver's help, and by Cleaver's help I mean he doesn't help at all, we wrangle up a few baby leapers into a pen. To do this we drove close to them and had Daxter leap onto them to guide them into the pen. They're really finicky to control, especially when turning. The best way I found was to constantly jump and use the mid-air controls to dictate the direction that they will move at. As a reward, we are given the Dune Hopper to drive. It is mounted with a grenade launcher that can one-shot enemy vehicles. This buggy is mainly used for its incredible jumping capabilities, able to jump from island to island in order to reach Monk Temple. Although the temple is close to Spargus, it appears to have stronger ties to Mar and possibly Haven City, as it is ornamented with decorations of the Seal of Mar. Our reason for visiting the temple is to track down Seam's lost expedition, which had discovered another of those dark satellites after gliding to the volcano from the temple. We must climb to the summit of the tower using a simple yet enjoyable platforming challenge. The beginning of Jak III is dominated by driving, with little on-ground combat and nearly no platforming. I get that the developers wanted to introduce the player to the new gameplay features, but it feels like the core mechanics of both Jak 1 and 2 we're pushed to the back burner a little too much. When we reach the top, we discover a glider that the monks have left behind, which is ideal because it allows us to glide over to the volcano.
Oh no! See any feathers here? Looks like fur to me. No feathers, no flyer the axle. There's no way you're gonna get me on some precursor monk crap! Absolutely zippo chance! Forget it, finito! Fat chance, not gonna happen! Nope, nuh-uh, never! Jak!
To get the volcano, we'll have to fly through the accelerator rings and updrafts to keep the glider's speed and height constant. Because some of these rings are closed, we'll have to shoot them with the blaster to open them. We make a perfect crash landing into the volcano and proceed to search the area for the missing monks and the satellite. We finally get to try out our new weapon mod that we acquired at the arena while traversing this treacherous location. The beam reflector is similar to the blaster, but its bullets can ricochet off walls. These bouncing projectiles can be very destructive when used against opponents in small passageways or other enclosed locations. A single reflector shot costs 1 ammo, but each successful hit on an enemy costs another ammo. This is the most effective weapon in the game. The blaster's greatest weakness, the auto-aim, has been largely eliminated, making it my go-to weapon in almost any situation. Even if you have no idea where the enemy is, you can just start firing blindly and eventually kill them. We catch a leaper and use its long flutter jump to cross the lava. In the following section, we get to play as Daxter and swing along some overhead wiring. Daxter controls similar to Jak, though with somewhat different physics. He isn't as versatile in combat, but there are only a few metalheads to deal with. Daxter will accidentally push a tall pillar over, forming a bridge back to where Jak is waiting. A little further on, we get to play as Daxter in another section. It's a fun slide challenge in which all you have to do is get to the end without falling. As we progress deeper into the volcano, we stumble upon the missing expedition. It looks like the monks have sadly perished. One of the corpses is grasping onto an odd-looking object. Catching it before it lands on Daxter, Jak is suddenly turned invisible, giving Jak access to a new ability. On our way back, we employ the new dark ability to become invincible in order to pass through the eye and access the portal. Invisibility is only available from these statues, which is a double-edged sword, in that you can't use it whenever you want, but it also eliminates the question of whether you should use it, because if there's a statue, you're obviously intended to use it. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure I like the way this power was implemented. We utilize this power to enter and navigate the temple, solving puzzles and completing some platforming.
I want no excuses. You told me this could be done. Now make it so.
But we have so little time. The Daystar approaches. You know what it brings.
Unfortunate, yes. We will deal with that as soon as I have full access to the catacombs. Just continue your work, and I'll deal with those idiots in Haven. I promise, you will meet your makers.
Why are the catacombs so important?
Stepping up to the giant oracle, we receive our first light ability, the power to regenerate health in exchange for light echo. It seems that the devs took the complaints about the second game's high difficulty to heart, but I think that Jak 3 suffers a bit from overcorrection. The health regeneration paired with the permanent health upgrades makes Jak 3 significantly easier than Jak 2, almost too easy in my opinion. There are also way more checkpoints placed throughout levels, which means when you do get stuck on a difficult section, you don't have to do much retreading of ground to get back to where you were, which is a design change that I really like. If the game only had one of these gameplay tics, I think it would have been fine, but with both of them in place, it takes away a lot of the challenge. Some may appreciate the return to a more leisurely gameplay experience as seen in the original game, but I miss the extra difficulty. While on a mission in the desert to rescue several stranded wastelanders, we discover that one of them has acquired a dark eco crystal. We are assaulted by one of those dark satellites as we pick it up. A brief boss fight ensues, in which we must avoid its attacks while shooting at it. We need to finish this fight swiftly as we only have a few minutes before the sandstorm engulfs us. Upon our return to the city, we are challenged challenged by Cleaver at beating his high score on the turret. Normally I hate turret sections, but this one is actually alright. It features some auto aiming with the shots, so hitting the perfect location with the analog stick isn't too difficult. For our troubles we receive another light eco crystal. It's now time for our final round of the arena. If we can complete this challenge, we will be fully fledged wastelanders. For this fight we get the Vulcan Fury gun mod, which works exactly the same as it did in the previous game, and its major negative is that it sucks up ammo like nothing else. To win we just need to defeat all of our opponents as we have done so in the past. Throughout the fight the floor will drop into the lava below, so we make sure to get on one of the higher platforms before it does. It's really easy to detect when it's about to plummet since the game will sound an alarm. During this round though we come across a familiar face.
Sig?
Jak? Daxter?
Sig!
Well, don't you two look sorrier than ever.
What are you doing here?
Honing my skills. Let's finish this.
Whoa, come on, Sig. I'm not gonna fight you.
If we don't, he'll kill us both. Rule of the arena. Sorry, nothing personal.
Uh-oh.
Blasphemy! One must destroy the other. Complete the test, or face worse pain.
I just know I'm gonna regret this.
Seize them! How dare you two defile the purity of the arena? Sig, your time in Haven City has poisoned you. And you, newcomer, you deserve no mercy. I should toss you both into the jaws of the desert. However, Sig, your years of service as our spy in Haven have earned you a chance to redeem yourself. But only this once.
A spy?
Just shut up. I'll tell you later.
There is a nest of metalpedes not too far from here. They have been harassing our artifact carriers for some time. I want you to drive into the heart of the nest and take out all the creatures you find inside. I'd say good luck, but then luck won't help you.
We get to drive the Gillis Stomper on our journey into the Metalhead Nest, a heavy-duty vehicle with an auto-aiming machine gun that is extremely slow and can hardly jump. It's a bit lumbering to control, however it is excellent for clearing out the little crawly bugs on the ground. There are 10 egg-like sacs that must be destroyed. We have 3 minutes after the last one is destroyed to get out of the nest before the noxious gases overpower us. We get a call from Ashlyn while we're still out in the desert. She wants to meet us at the oasis. Because they are losing the war and Vega has become power hungry, Ashlyn wants us to return to Haven City. Marauders interrupt our talk and we are forced to defend ourselves. I'm not sure why Ashlyn just assumed Jak would return to the city at this stage in the storyline, so Ashlyn could have just come and picked up Jak at any point during his exile, but why did she take so long to visit us if that was the case? Because of the way Haven City has treated him, it's obvious that Jak has no desire to return.
Kira wanted me to give you this. Jak, your friends need you. I need you.
The city threw me out, remember? They can rot for all I care.
But what about your...
Get it! Just leave. I have new friends now.
So the hero I knew did die in the desert. Or was it long before that? Don't you remember who you are?
I'm through saving the world.
We can use the Seal of Ma that Ashlyn gave us to open a door in the Monk Temple. Ashlyn also provided us with our jet board, which we will utilise to gather these light and dark eco seals that kind of look like something that you put in the dishwasher. This task is actually quite smartly designed because it serves as a tutorial for the jet board. The jet board performs exactly like it did in Jak II, dramatically increasing Jak's land speed and allowing you to travel across the surface of bodies of water, which is considerably faster than swimming, which has seen no improvement over any of the other games. But it doesn't really matter because there's pretty much no swimming in this game. Using all of the jetboard skills such as jumping and gliding, we gather all of the seals and open the chamber to the Oracle. After being warned by the Oracle that the seed of their downfall is approaching, we are granted a new light ability, the power to temporarily freeze time, but also it kinda only slows down time. Honestly, it's a little bit inconsistent as to what this power does. For these platforms, it stops them completely, so we can jump across, but for these spinning blades in the next room, it merely slows them down. Crossing the collapsing bridge, we make it to the entrance to the catacombs. This is the place that Vega was seeking entrance to earlier.
looks just like the catacombs we saw in Haven City. But where do they go?
There you are. Ah, I'm so squawking happy I found you.
Look, Jak got his seal back, and it opens doors.
Onan says we must get back to Haven City. She says the catacombs are the key to the planet's very survival.
You boys up for a little ride?
No.
I hate taking the sub-rail. You must maneuver the car to avoid the holes and pillars that are strategically positioned throughout the tunnel. There's also a mountain gun that can be used to destroy objects. However, it is so visually chaotic and fast that it is difficult to see the obstacles approaching, resulting in numerous... Reaching the end of the track, the vehicle explodes into a wall and a precursor appears before Jak, giving him yet another light ability. When deployed, the light shield cancels all incoming damage to Jak. As we leave the station, we come across an eco mine. We have to shoot our way through the area's many metalheads as Pekka flies on ahead. We soon come across a rail cart loaded with explosives that we must accompany along the railroads, blasting down bridges and activating switches so it can blow open the way for us. We exit the elevator to see Vega waiting for us.
The monks told me you were coming through the Precursor subrails. Interesting, aren't they? The Precursors used them to build the world countless eons ago. The rail system leads deep into the planet, where it's said the Ancient Ones wait to bestow unimaginable powers upon the worthy. I will save the world with that power, just as Mar did.
Yeah, you've done a great job so far, letting the metalheads destroy the palace.
Oh, you couldn't be more mistaken, dear boy. We're on a time clock, Jak. That light in the sky, do you know what it is? Our nightmare has found us and the end is coming. I needed quick access to the catacombs below, so I attacked the palace myself. It will be our little secret.
Well, you're full of surprises.
And you're full of dark eco. You and your rat are an abomination. But I will rid the planet of this scourge soon enough. Pure light will rule the universe, and I will be the bright light that shines to every corner of the world and destroys all shadows!
Excuse me, Count Vulgar.
It's Vega!
Yeah, whatever. Isn't it kind of nice just to curl up in the shade sometimes? Just chillin' it, watching the hot babes prance around in their skimpy little bikinis. You know, just how they jiggle. I get that special tingling feeling in my tail.
Enough! We will start the cleansing of the world with your demise. Behold, I now command the very power of the Ancient One! And this time, the Precursors will not have mercy on you.
Vega is an interesting villain. He's more just prejudiced against Jak due to him being imbued with dark eco, rather than just outright hating him. Unfortunately, he lacks the dominating presence that the Baron possessed in the second game. The Baron's influence could be felt and seen everywhere throughout Haven City. However, we haven't seen Vega in hours, and it's easy to forget about him at this point. This lack of presence significantly reduces the rivalry. This lack of presence significantly reduces the rivalry between the two and is a huge downgrade from Jak II. Because the Precursor robot is too tough to be hurt by conventional weapons, we must avoid its strikes with its laser sword until we can attack. The robot will unleash swarms of dark monsters that can split into smaller ones. Killing them all causes the robot to blast laser beams at various locations on the floor, causing pillars to emerge from those locations. Stay away from the beams and wait for the pillars to cool down. We can now jump to the top of the pillar and use our weapon to hit one of the bomb trains hanging over the Precursor robot. After a few shots, it will topple over and whack the Precursor robot in the head. Now repeat the process 2 more times, because this is a video game and the law of video games state that you must do things 3 times. Jak will discover the Arc Welder mod after defeating the Precursor robot. The Arc Welder is a somewhat weak weapon against most enemies and eats a lot of ammo quickly. When you have the robot shot upgrade equipped, it is the best weapon to wield against robots. It deals significantly more damage to them and can also stun them. By taking this elevator, it will lead us up to Haven City. We emerge at the old upper district not far from the former stadium. We can see the city is in complete disarray as we walk around, and there are metalheads everywhere. We proceed to the gate that leads to the water district, where we meet Samus and Kira. The force field that keeps the metalheads out of the water district also prohibits us from crossing, so Samus directs us to go through the sewers instead. Jak and Kira's relationship begins to change dramatically at this point. Kira played a crucial role in Jak's journey in both Jak 1 and 2, as well as serving as the love interest for him. Unlike the previous two games, Kira is virtually absent from the plot, and only has a few interactions with Jak and Daxter. Instead, Ashlyn has taken over her role, which works in the sense that she assists the heroes, but it's just incredibly strange when it comes to being a love interest for Jak, especially if you've played the previous two games. There isn't much of a setup for the relationship, and it's perplexing because at the end of Jak 2, it appeared like Jak was with Kira and Ashlyn was with Torn, but this is never addressed in this game. As a returning player, you may find it awkward when the romance component is brought up in the story. In the third game, Ashlyn is 24 years old, while Jak is 17 to 18 years old. Yes, I know this is a fantasy world, but I doubt the developers would have gone through with it if the roles were reversed, because it's kind of creepy. After going through the sewers, we arrive at the port and pay a visit to the Naughty Otzel. Torn is utilising the bar as the temporary headquarters for the Freedom League, the reformed New Crimson Guard. Torn is in command of the war for Haven City against the Metalheads and KG Deathbot. He led the assault on the port, after which he was barred safe passage back to the northern headquarters. We participate in a few missions to aid in the war effort.
Ashlyn, this is Torn. Jak's back in the city.
Jak? I knew I could count on you.
That new KG leader's probably pissing in his... Wait, someone's jamming the signal. I think... Errol.
I live! Still fighting for the weak link, Jak? Well, I've had a few enhancements since we last met. Even the metalheads have their biological weakness. But me? I'm pure metal. I'd love to meet you again. We must unite our forces or we're through. You've got to reach us, Jak.
We need you to break through and link up with us before it's too late. The KG robots are growing stronger. That floating war factory of theirs is spitting out more robots every day.
We need to assault the KG front. If we can break through their defenses, we may be able to get back to HQ and link up. Care to make some noise, Jak?
We're always up for a little rumble. Hey, Dax?
Fish in a barrel, baby. Fish in a barrel.
So Errol is back, because the game definitely needed another underutilized villain. That's what was missing. The plot of this game is a little messy. It lacks the tight focus present in Jak 2. We begin in the Wasteland, where it attempts to build up the menace of the Darkmakers, but on the way back to Haven City, it reminds us of Vega betraying the city. And not long after that, we have Errol and the KG Deathbot war to contend with. It's all over the place. And while some of these plots do weave into each other later on, it's a little difficult to keep track of what Jak and Daxter's overall goal is, making the plot feel a little meandering. For the time being, our primary goal is to remove all of the barriers that separate the port from the rest of the city.
I'll handle this.
Daxter must collect energy by riding a missile through the port in order for it to be powerful enough to destroy the first barrier. One of the advantages this game has over the others is that it provides numerous opportunities for Daxter to contribute. Jak and Daxter run into Tess at the gun course, who has been working on weapons for the war effort. One such weapon is the Gyro Burster, a third yellow weapon she promised to give Jak if he can complete the gun course and prove that he can protect Daxter. The Gyro Burster fires yellow eco bullets from a disc that is launched into the air. It will never use less than 50 shots, and it will creep forward very slowly while it fires. It is most beneficial to utilize it at the outset of a fight when there are a great deal of foes to contend with. At any other time, you're just wasting ammo. Torn sends us into the sewers to gain access to the city's west side, which has been taken over by metalheads. Under Errol's leadership, the Metalheads constructed a tower at the foot of the Southern Gardens sector, which gained territory for the faction and was dubbed Metalhead City. The Haven City Gardens and Bazaar sector became a dangerous location with topography and vegetation akin to the Metalhead nest, as well as massive biological barriers and walls. There are rivers of corrosive sludge between these segmented walkways, which kills anyone who falls in. When Jak closes a Dark Eco fountain, he receives the Dark Strike skill, which enables him to demolish the barricade that separates the area from the port. We can now access the forest because the trail has been cleared. We'll need to use our jet board to clean out the corrupted plants. The forest in Haven City has been reduced in size, as many of the city's other locations. Due to the devastation wrought by Vega and the war, we are unable to enter the stadium. There are battles happening throughout the city, and it really sells the effect that there is a war going on. When we finish cleaning up the forest, 5 precursor pillars emerge from the water, for some reason, just go with it. They are some of the oldest precursor structures ever found, and Ma wrote somewhere, just go with it, that there are 5 artifacts that can be found in the west that are connected to these pillars. When all are collected, a truth will be revealed, just go with it. If it wasn't obvious enough, we will find these artifacts somewhere in the wasteland, but before we return, we will need to eliminate the barriers that are blocking off the sectors of the city. Leaving the forest, Jinx is waiting in a zoomer. Jinx is tasked with detonating critical eco-grid power junctions around the port and industrial section, which when destroyed will lower KG barriers. Our job is to protect Jinx throughout the operation. Upon completion, Jinx gives us the needle laser. Because you don't have to aim at all with the needle laser, it's really simple to operate. It's ideal for taking out flying enemies, allowing you to focus solely on moving across the battlefield. We were able to retrieve the final red morph gun mod from tests not long after, the Plasmid RPG. It's nothing more than a grenade launcher with a different name. It deals a lot of damage, but it's difficult to aim precisely, and each grenade consumes 10 ammo.
Jak, we've got word of a new assault on the port. They're trying to take us out once and for all. The strange thing is, we're seeing movement from both the KG and Metalhead fronts. It's like they're working together. We've got to repel this assault or we're through. I hate to do this to you, but I'm putting you on the front line. You're my go-to guy. Stop any KG or Metalhead units from reaching this place. If we lose this one, we're history.
The ammo for Jak's weapons will function differently during this mission, and only for this mission. While the ammo for his blaster is infinite, we must collect the weapon power-ups that drop on occasion in order to use his other weapons. To proceed, simply eliminate all the opponents that arrive in your path. Because they are both under Errol's authority, the Metalheads and KG robots are cooperating. The KG robot side makes sense, but it's unclear why the Metalheads would follow Errol at all, or why Errol would want them to follow him. In the previous game, Errol detested the Metalheads and was willing to risk his own life to protect the city from them. You may argue that creation into the Dark Eco in Jak II transformed him, but if they're going to remove Errol's entire character motivations, why make the major villain in Jak III based on a familiar character, if he's going to be a nearly unrecognisable figure anyway? Sadly, these narrative concerns are never addressed. Ashlyn informs us of a transport hovercraft carrying a supply of eco. It's unoccupied, but as soon as we get in it, a nearby launcher releases a swarm of homing missiles. Torn will tell us to employ the water decoys to get rid of the missiles. Torn, however, is one decoy short, so he recommends utilizing the sign over Daxter's bar as a makeshift decoy.
Hang on, Dax! It's gonna be close!
My beautiful moon!
Jinx discloses that he has acquired and reprogrammed an enemy blast block, which we can operate remotely through the conflict zone to remove another KG barrier, dividing the industrial section from the southern slums. Torn thanks us by giving us the Peacemaker mod, which is the exact same as a Jak II. I know I've said that sentence a lot, but a lot of the equipment you get is the same. With all of the barricades down, we can make our way to the Freedom League headquarters, which is located in the new water district where the previous water slums were.
Nice moves, my boy. You're the best man we've got to lead an expedition into the catacombs.
Please, please, let us not be too hasty. Are you sure you want this Dark Eco freak contaminating the hallowed halls of our glorious precursors?
Okay, there's so much wrong with this scene that I just have to interrupt. So we have Vega just barge in on a meeting where Jak and Daxter are, and they just stand there. Hello, he tried to kill you with an ancient precursor robot, like, not that long ago. He also confessed to destroying the palace, and you're not going to say anything? Or better yet, just shoot the guy.
Washed up, vegan!
Vega! It's Vega, you idiot!
Whatever!
Count Viger, I hereby dissolve the city council and strip you of your title, command, and all privileges. Now get out of my sight.
What? How dare you!
Ashlyn should have done this sooner. If she had just done this from the beginning, she would have avoided a lot of headaches. After threatening everyone, Vega walks away and they don't bother to stop him. All of the people in this room are behaving like idiots. Most of the upcoming conflict only happens because the plot had to make everyone's brains fall out, which makes for really poor storytelling. Everything feels so cobbled together. The game has all these set pieces and levels that it needs the player to get to, but the narrative can't seem to do so in a cohesive manner. It's a shame because Jak II did such a fantastic job of intertwining the story with the gameplay, but here it just doesn't work, especially in the later stages. It's back down into the sewers for us. They are filled with KG robots that seem to have been modelled off the designs of the metalheads. The sewers have many enemies and obstacles to overcome, but we have so much equipment at this point that none of it poses much of a challenge at all. We get to the switch that grants us entrance to the power station. When we get to the power station, we find that Vin is still alive. Well, sort of. It turns out that Vin dumped his brain into the eco-grid prior to his death, so he could exist as a multi-layered hyperlinking digi-metamobile construct super clocked mega memory construct. Did you get all that? Do you need clarification? The cipher glyph to get into the KG factory is hidden within the system. To get it, we need to play this Pac-Man style minigame. However, it is not the exact same as Pac-Man. For one thing, Daxter must continue to go clockwise around the grid. When he comes to a break, he can flip up or down 2 levels and dash. The yellow line indicates the layer on which the enemy drone is located. Because it can only change 1 layer at a time, you should keep at least 2 layers away from it. It's game over if Daxter contacts the hostile drone. After a while, another drone will appear, leaving a trail of pellets in its wake. Daxter can put it to a stop by eating it. As a kid, I despised this minigame. Pac-Man has never been a favourite of mine, and I'm also terrible at it. In a nutshell, I hate this minigame. The cipher glyph will appear once all of the pellets have been consumed. You undoubtedly feel compelled to visit the factory and confront Errol. Well, we are not doing that, as we have decided that we need to return to the wasteland instead, to find the 5 missing artifacts. Back in the wasteland, we will be doing various tasks out in the desert to uncover these artifacts. The first is uprooted during a sandstorm. What a coincidence. For the second artifact, we find out that Cleaver had recently sold it to the metalheads. You dick. We chase the metalheads through the desert, with Sig driving and us on the turret, shooting down everything in our path. We finally track down and kill the metalhead in possession of the artifact, because that's how the free market should work.
Keeping people alive out here, keeping them full of hope, it can be daunting.
I'd say you've made a good life here.
You too must make a life, Jak. Take your destiny into your own hands. Look, sand cannot keep a shape by itself, but add water, and it becomes malleable. Fate can be such if you add the right element.
Eco.
Our minds think alike. My monks say the world is coming to an end, but I am a survivor. I say we live on long after this world dies. Be ready. You are shaping up to be one of my finest warriors, and I'll need you for the trials ahead. I mustn't lose you, like I lost my son.
You had a child?
Long ago. But much has been sacrificed in this war so that others could live. Anyway, it matters not. We're having serious trouble with marauders lately. I want you to take a vehicle and hunt down their warrior patrols. Go, and make war your own.
The Marauders are a group of savage humans who originate from the Icelands, but roam the desert wasteland near the Spargus. They are the ones that keep attacking us out in the desert, and they are a bloody nuisance. They were also utilised as gladiators in the Spargus Arena of Death contest. We have to defend the front entrance against the Marauder catapults and explosive kamikaze buggies. Destroying the final catapult will net us the third artifact. They then steal an artifact from Scene's Precursor monks at a dig site, so we break into their fortress and slaughter as many marauders as we can. 4 of their leaders escape, so we chase them down and get the 4th artifact. And no, we are not returning it to Scene, because it is ours now, because that is how the free market works. We don't know where the final artifact is, so instead of continuing our search in the desert, we are going to return to the Haven Forest because, apparently we don't need all of the artifacts for the pillars to do something. Back in Haven Forest, there are now these huge iron giant heads that pop out of the ground.
Like daisies!
By punching their noses, a ring challenge will begin. We must use the jetboard to follow the streak of light and pass through all of the checkpoint rings before the timer runs out. Completing each challenge will elevate one of the lake's side pillars. After you've completed all of the challenges, climb the side pillars to the top of the center pillar, where you'll find the Astro Viewer.
Approach the Astro Viewer, Time Warrior. Behold the seed of our destruction.
What? Let me see! Is she hot?
We Precursors built many worlds across the universe, shaping them with Eco into something good. But we were foolish. The Dark Makers were once Precursors, but their exposure to Dark Eco changed them. They began twisting worlds, conquering life, and dark ages ensued. Now the Dark Ones have found your world and are coming to claim it for themselves.
Well, I could ruin your whole day!
I think this one's bigger than both of us.
There is but one hope left. You will find a planetary defense system hidden deep at the core of the planet. There is still a chance to save your world. I hope you are more successful than many planets whose fate has already been closed.
The monks have been warning us about something called the Day Star, but when we look through the Astro Viewer, we can see that it's not a star at all, but rather a mothership belonging to the Dark Makers. Following the conclusion of this finding, we go back to Northern HQ. Torn and the others broke the cipher, and as a result we are now able to enter the KG Deathbot factory that has been hovering above the city. Piloting a Hellcat, we must shoot down the factory's defences so we can safely enter the hangar. The controls for this section feel a bit stiff. The horizontal movement works fine, but whenever you try to ascend or descend, it feels like something is pulling you in the opposite direction. The factory is also moving in the air, so there is no fixed horizon, and it actually made me feel a bit sick playing this section. The simplest way I can describe it is that the world feels like it's moving around you, and not you moving around the world. Inside the factory there are thick steel bars blocking our way to Errol, so we must find another way to get to him. There are KG Deathbots everywhere in the factory. The KG Deathbots were based out of the weapons factory just outside of the city during Jak II as an experimental branch of the Crimson Guard. The Crimson Guard were disbanded and replaced by the Freedom League after Praxis's death. However, the KG spiraled out of control and was reorganized under Errol, the former KG commander, who was thought to have perished, and the production was relocated to the floating KG War factory above the city. As we progress further into the facility, we come upon an armoured car, which we put to use by using it to smash through the steel bars. At the conclusion of our quick road trip, we discover Errol patiently awaiting our arrival.
I found some new friends to help me conquer this puny little planet.
You're talking to the Dark Makers.
It seems my digital self can communicate with these poor, tortured minds quite well. Oh, they're just like you and me, Jak. Well, me at least. They want a home, someone to call a friend. Destruction of all light ego! They volunteered to help me put this puny planet out of its misery.
You're in for a big surprise. The Dark Makers don't play nicely with others. Just ask the Metalheads.
I've been given the opportunity to wield a power even the Precursors could not control. Don't fret. You won't live to see what I turn this little world into. Maybe a rock, or a floating puddle of slag, or nothing at all. Complete oblivion! So hard to choose.
I won't let you do this!
Even though Errol's design as a villain is quite striking, I don't like his inclusion in the story. As an asshole race car driver who was trying to steal Kira from Jak, Errol transformed into a bloodthirsty cyborg who wants to wipe out all life on Earth. The transition from one to the other is a major one, but we don't see how or why he makes it. His role diminishes the Dark Makers because they are essentially his slaves. Errol should have been replaced by a Dark Maker as the primary antagonist. It's also unclear what Jak meant when he mentioned metalheads are aware of the Dark Maker's inability to play well with others, which the game never clarifies. The most likely scenario is that the Dark Makers forged an alliance with the metalheads and used their armies to defeat the Precursors before betraying them. But how does Jak know this? It just feels so sloppily put together. In any case, the boss's attacks are divided into 3 stages. First, he will toss out bombs. Keep an eye out for the light patches on the ground to see where the bombs will land, and be ready to jump over the shockwaves they may cause. Following that, Errol will dispatch many KG bots from the circular ports. Finally, he'll fire rockets from the ports. Disarm these rockets and then swiftly knock the rocket across to the circular port Errol is standing above. Errol is pretty stupid and won't move out of the way. Just do this process 3 times. Oh wait, you have to do it 4 times.
Yeah, weird.
Damn, got away.
See you later, Mechanator. Jak! The sky is falling!
Good thing the teleporter brought us directly into our headquarters. We just received the mass inverter mod from Ashlyn. If you like fun, this is a good gun to try out. The mass inverter produces a field surrounding Jak, causing other characters and objects to hopelessly drift up into the air. The field does not hurt its targets, but it does expose them to attack. We get a distress call from Seam. The Dark Makers have launched an attack on the Monk Temple. The Dark Makers are easily identifiable by their dark purple colour, resembling Dark Eco and sharp, jagged armour. They throw Dark Eco bombs as a weapon and can also summon a shield to protect themselves. This shield can be broken either through melee attacks or gunfire. We traverse through the final section of the temple that we have yet to visit. Approaching the last Oracle statue, Jak receives the final light ability, the power of flight. Well, it's not really flight, it's more like a prolonged fall. Light Jak definitely has more useful abilities than those of Jak Black. That's not what it says. Light Jak definitely has more useful abilities than those of Dark Jak. He's just a lot more versatile when in this state, and you even still have access to your guns. Like in Jak II, Dark Jak just doesn't scale well into the late game. He only has 1 ranged attack and it's very slow to execute, and his melee attacks are hard to control. This game preaches balance between light and dark eco, but during gameplay it doesn't feel balanced at all. Flapping our way through the crumbling temple, we spot Seam up on the highest ledge.
Errol has learned how to connect with the Dark Maker ship. If he can awaken its terrible cargo, he will unleash horrors beyond our deepest nightmares. Not all is lost. I hid the most important artifact from Errol. I was wrong about you. You have the balance needed to save us all.
As rubber-wearing, completely freaky, beyond bizarre, paint-faced, super weird monks go, you're all right.
I have now seen the truth, and I am at peace. At least I was granted the gift of seeing the face of my creators. Thank you, little one.
Okay.
As we leave the temple, Damus calls to report that they have detected significant movement on the ocean, which he suspects is related to the dark satellites. Since Jak is the city's best gunner, he wants us to hightail it to Spargus and repay our life debt to the city. Dark Maker walkers begin to fall into the lake as soon as we mount the turret. After landing, a walker unfolds its legs and moves straight for its target, eliminating any obstacles or opposition with dark eco bombs and missiles launched from the body. Their main weak points are the joints on their legs and a few areas on their body. Anywhere else deals no damage, and if all of the joints are damaged enough, the walker will crash and explode. Halfway into the invasion, they begin to fall directly onto the city, very reminiscent of the opening act of Mass Effect 3. Was that a spoiler?
Yes.
Seam provided us the final artifact that we needed for the pillars in Haven Forest. The Dark Makers have taken over the forest and set up turrets across the area, as well as these flower thingies that spit out Dark Maker hornets. We can take out all of the spawners and safely ascend the pillars by using their own weapons against them. Jak installs the final artifact on the pillar and takes another look through the Astro viewer. However, his mind is somehow transferred into a Dark Maker robot within the ship. The robot is basically just a reskin of the Titan suit from the second game. The controls are all the same, with only difference being you can create a force field and the jump doesn't have any boost, but I think it can still jump just as high. It is our mission to get to the shield generator by exploring the ship. A number of nodes must be destroyed utilizing bombs that are conveniently located near the nodes we need to destroy. When the bombs hit the nodes, they will detonate. The last room contains the shield generator. This generator, in contrast to the others, can withstand repeated blasts from bombs before blowing. Additionally, an energy beam travels over the bomb chute on a regular basis. When an energy beam comes, vault over it and keep slamming bombs at the generator. The dark ship's shields will shut down when the generator explodes.
Our hero!
What the? Daxter?
What? What'd you see? Let me look. Hello, elevator, bottom floor, going up. Come on. Ah, I hate being short.
It just seemed for a moment, it looked like... No, it couldn't have been.
Ashlyn is at the Freedom League headquarters. Her request is for Jak and Daxter to accompany Torn and the others to the Metalhead Tower at the Infested Gardens, where Torn will blast open the tower gate with the eco supply that we stole earlier. Jinx is driving the Hellcat and Torn is on board with the explosive eco, while we operate the ship's turrets manually. The water district, the slums, the industrial area, the port and the infected gardens are all on our way to the tower gate. We'll be attacked by KG bots and metalheads along the route, so we'll need to look out for Torn and the transport as well. Because there's a checkpoint halfway through the journey, it's a rather easy one. Just before the transport is about to blow open the tower's doors, Torn leaps off the vehicle.
Oh yeah, they hurting now.
Sig gives Jak the Supernova mod, which does this. Jak and Daxter continue climbing the tower while the rest of the crew deal with the metalheads outside. In spite of the fact that this is the Metalhead Tower, there are no actual metalheads inside. For now we'll be battling the Dark Makers. In order to progress further, we will need to clear out an area of enemies so that platforms and bridges will appear. Like Jak, we'll be required to cross some of the more significant gaps. We see Errol again at the top.
My little friends have come to see me off. I'd love to stay and chat, but I have an appointment with the most powerful beings in the universe.
You're through, metal monkey! Don't make me come over there and sick Jak on you.
You're too late. I've already awakened the Dark Maker ship. When I come back, I will be wielding the very power of the Precursors. I'll see you boys soon.
Look at that, it's cool. It's amazing. It's reacting to the dark stuff. Ah, it's gonna blow!
Let's get out of here!
Samus is waiting in Onan's tent, which has moved to the slum's western edge. He wants Jak and Daxter to enter the planet's core and activate the Precursor's planetary defense system with all of the crystals they've gathered. However, before we can do so, we must first locate the entrance to the catacombs within the palace ruins. To go to the palace ruins, we'll have to cross the old stadium area in Haven City's northern section. Although it appears we have reached a dead end, we can actually utilize the jetboard to grind along a downed rail. Here you'll find the old stadium. We must unleash the Dark Strike to burst through the weakened walls and the flight ability to get across vast chasms as we follow the fractured path along the ruins. We eventually make it to the alleyway that leads to Kira's old garage. Moving on, we'll need to use the jetboard to get through the last few sections. These final few levels do an outstanding job of putting everything we've learned throughout the game into practice. Although not particularly difficult, it serves as an excellent preparation for the conclusion. Deimos has arrived in the Slam Dozer after Jak sent out a signal with the war amulet earlier. This is a heavy-duty vehicle that moves slowly due to its thick armor. The turret will auto-aim for you and fires red bolts instead of bullets. The turbos are meant mainly for breaking through objects, as they are infinite but only last for a split second. We can use the turbochargers to ram through the weakened walls and destroy the shield generator pylons, deactivating the force fields. Some of the walls here can be rammed, causing them to collapse and forming bridges to cross gaps. The terrain here is a bit rough, making the buggy difficult to control. Missiles are also being launched at us, although they are easy to avoid due to the visible targeting reticle on the ground. We reach the entrance to the catacombs after passing through the final gate.
Damos! Not bad driving, kid. It was a good fight. And a good day to die. I'm very proud to have been by your side in the end. This world is not yet out of heroes.
We did well together. Don't move, Al.
Please, promise me one thing. Promise me you'll find my son, Mar. You'll know him when you see this. He's wearing an amulet just like it. A symbol of our lineage with the great House of Mar. Save the people, Jak. They need you.
Father. Yes, you were that child. I took you from Deimos, hoping to harness your eco powers for my experiments. Then I lost you to the underground. You seem upset. Did I tell you too late? You were the son of the great warrior Deimos. Oh, and he never knew. How delightful.
Ah! Bigger!
Thank you for opening the door to the Precursors. Don't worry, I'll be back to put you out of your misery.
After him, Jak!
You're willing to go down there? Without a fuss this time.
Yeah, well, don't get used to it. It's just that nobody hurts my best friend and lives to brag about it. Let's get him!
It has been a while since we've seen Vega, and honestly, I kind of forgot about him. The fact that he is the one who kidnapped Jak as a child feels like it was just retconned in to make it seem that Vega had some relevance in the plot of Jak 2, even though he was not in that game or hinted at in the game at all. There's nothing particularly shocking about the revelation that Deimos is Jak's father. There are a few cutscenes where it's strongly hinted at. Even as a kid, I was able to figure this out pretty early on. It is definitely not on par with the core reveal in the last game. As with that revelation, it breathes new context into the cutscenes featuring Core, making for a very interesting second playthrough. However, with this revelation, it doesn't really change anything. It's just, oh, that's his dad. Cool. Anyway, as we reach the center of the catacombs, we get hit with a far more anticipated unveiling.
Step aside! I will be the one who evolves into a Precursor. The right is mine!
Be careful what you wish for.
It is done. Don't worry, Jak. It is for the greater good that I assume this role.
Even now, it may be too late. If Errol awakens the dock ship's cargo, all will be lost.
Listen, Glow Boy, we've been doing all your dirty work while you slept in the stores. So stop it!
Inefficient. I told you we needed a backup hero. We should have gone with Plan B. Ow! Hey, cut it out! We are unhappy with your performance. If you had been a true hero, you would have stopped Errol by now.
Oh my god.
Yes, well, now we are even more angry, and we order you to avert your eyes, or we will,
Oh, bother. They look like me? Not what you expected.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Don't look so upset. If you knew we Precursors were a bunch of little fuzzy rats, would you worship us? Could we run the universe?
Not possible, buddy.
So, we fluff up the myth a bit.
And we get the respect we deserve.
You idiots! Get down from there and stop defiling that glorious machine!
Do not let our size fool you. We are the most powerful beings in the universe.
We are?
Why does Daxter look like?
Ah, yes. All eco contains the source of our essence. Our code, so to speak. When Daxter touched the dark eco, he was actually blessed when he thought he was cursed. Woohoo! I'm a precursor! I'm a precursor! I'm a precursor! Hey! Wait a minute! They have pants!
These creatures are the great Precursors? And I wanted to evolve into the... No!
A little drafty, isn't it? The only way to ensure that Errol will not awaken the ship's cargo is to go there yourself and stop him. We will send you there from here.
But the weapon...
Chill out, buddy. You should have Mondale minutes to go there and get back here pronto. I mean, way before the...
Hopefully before.
Ba-boom! Oh, yeah!
Let's move.
You idiots. I told you we needed a plan B.
Because the planetary defense system requires some time to charge up, the Precursors have teleported us to the same room as when we were in control of the Dark Maker robot, but this time we will be going through the other side of the ship. We have a time limit in which we must reach Errol. Otzels as the Precursors is pretty hilarious, but it doesn't really make much sense, and the ending of Jak II is rendered meaningless as a result of this. At the end of Jak II, the white spectral figure appears when young Jak touches the last Precursor egg. After it talks to Jak, it goes back in time through the Rift Gate. Later, Samus tells us that somewhere an old race has started up again, which is a pretty clear way of saying that the Precursors are no longer going to die out. This implies that the white figure was in fact a Precursor in the truest sense, unless they can shapeshift or something. But then why did they go to all this trouble to hide their identities behind these robots and statues if they can just change their form? This also makes the Dark Makers not really make that much sense either. When you realize that the Otzels are simply manipulating technology, the idea that the Dark Makers are corrupted Precursors comes apart. Does this mean that an evil Otzel is at the helm behind every Dark Maker? But then what about the little crabby ones? This reveal, although very entertaining, undermines a lot of what the trilogy had previously established. The bays of the ship are filled with Dark Makers, but at this point in the game we have such a huge arsenal that taking them all out is a breeze. There is a little bit of platforming to get through, but that too poses a little challenge, giving us plenty of time to reach the elevator that leads down to a massive holding bay. There are several giant machines just waiting to be deployed.
If these nasty things ever wake up, the planet's finished.
All of these Dark Makers at my command. Just think what I could do.
You're through, Arrow. Even if we both die.
Jak! Jak!
Let's go, Dax.
Thanks to the massive blast, the whole ship is about to blow. We rush towards the warp gate at the other end of the walkway, weaving left and right between the pieces of the walkway that are flying towards us. We reach the warp gate just before the ship explodes. Errol will be walking around the wasteland in a terraformer. It is a massive Darkmaker machine used to terraform entire areas. These are controlled by a pilot, meaning that they're not self-aware like the other Darkmaker units, unless it's an evil Otzel. Maybe that makes sense. To stop it from moving, we must chase it down in our buggy and shoot at its weak points on its legs. It repeatedly releases dark eco mines and spinning blades on the ground below, which makes getting a good angle to shoot at it quite annoying. I really don't like this phase of the fight, not because it's bad, but because I'm bad at it. I do appreciate that the devs managed to find a way to incorporate Jak 3's main new game mechanics into the final boss. Despite personally not enjoying it, I can see why it was done this way. When all of the weak points have been destroyed, the terraformer's lower body will collapse, but its upper part will fly off and crash land in front of Spargus City. Getting out of our vehicle, we proceed to climb up the side of the giant machine. When we reach the top, the final stage of the fight will begin. With Errol still in the cockpit of the machine, he will summon several enemies and tentacles to attack us. Using whatever method we choose, we can take out all of the enemies. After this stage of the fight, Errol will begin to fire a laser beam. By avoiding it, we eventually get the opportunity to strike back by hitting the purple tanks behind the cockpit, and we just rinse and repeat this method until his health is depleted. This final boss is made completely trivial thanks to the amount of ammo that is dropped by enemies, and by the fact that during certain stages of the fight, a dark eco vent and a light eco vent will spawn, allowing you to restore all of your health thanks to the Light Jak's regen ability. Like I said before, Jak 3 is way easier than its predecessor, and I can't think of a better display of this than the final boss giving the player access to pretty much unlimited health. Using the Peacemaker, Jak inflicts the final blow to Errol.
Thank you, brave people of this planet. Onin, Samos and all. Your strength and wisdom in these dark times give us reason to fight on.
My life's work, it turns out, was spent searching for a bunch of furballs.
Onan says it is a great day for the universe.
Jak, you are the greatest of heroes. You have turned the tide against the Darkmakers, and together we will win this war.
But dude, there are like way more challenges in the future.
Ha! Or was it the past?
Yes, I was getting to that.
More adventures? Where have I heard that before?
We need heroes like you to help us protect the universe, Jak.
Then you can call me by my first name, by what my father called me, Mar.
Wait, Jak is Mar? The Mar?
Come then, Mar. No time like the present.
You coming, Dax?
I got all I need right here, baby. But if you need me, and I know you will, you know where to find me.
Oh, Daxter, my little hero.
We owe you much, Daxter, for all you've done. For your bravery in the face of incredible danger, we shall grant you your deepest desire.
You know, I could really use a snazzy pair of pants, like yours.
Wow, those are sharp. I wish I had a pair just like that.
Be careful what you wish for.
Don't worry, honey. You get used to it. Oh, and you may want to shave some parts. Trust me on that.
Hey! Thanks for everything, partner.
You are a great hero, Daxter.
This is gonna be good. They think I'm a god. And they're right! Our hero!
This is going to be a long trip.
Where do you think you're going, little bugger? I've decided I want my own sidekick, and you've been nominated. We're gonna be a great team. Just don't make me angry.
Are you ready, Jak? We have something to show you.
What?
The universe.
I couldn't leave you, Dax. With all our adventures ahead, you wouldn't last a second without me.
Ah, what a team we are!
Yeah, well, the next adventure, I call the shots. Put it in, partner. Ha! Psych! Oh yeah, life is good.
Unfortunately, Jak 3 doesn't stick the landing when it comes to the story. It has too many inconsistencies and is told in a very meandering way, making it hard to follow at times. It has too many villains, and the villains that it does have are no way near as compelling as those of Jak 2. I think playing this game hot off the tail of Jak 2 really made these issues apparent. For the gameplay, it really stepped it up when it came to the equipment and abilities that you acquire throughout the adventure. The variety of guns are so much fun to use, and the game is constantly dishing them out, meaning the firefights never have time to get stale. While Dark Jak did gain some new abilities and was a little bit better utilised, he still feels underdeveloped. Like Jak, on the other hand, while fun, is way too overpowered and contributes to a lot of the game's lack of difficulty. He has health regen ability, can freeze enemies, and also has a shield. By the end, you pretty much can enter God mode with only a small cost of some light eco. The vehicles are a great addition and fit in really well with the desert setting. There are a decent variety of vehicles to unlock, and they are all unique enough to justify their use for certain tasks. My biggest issue with this gameplay element is it is heavily overused, especially during the opening hours. Jak 3 is still considered a 3D platformer, but honestly it really could have used a bit more platforming. If you'd asked me years ago how I would have ranked each game in the trilogy, my answer would have been Jak 3 at the top, then Jak and Daxter, followed by Jak 2. However, that is definitely not the case now. Even though I really enjoyed the gameplay of Jak 3, I think it is the weakest in the trilogy. The story and the lack of challenge just brings it down too much for me. After completing this retrospective series, my new ranking is Jak 2 at the top, then Jak and Daxter, with Jak 3 at the end of the pack. The Jak and Daxter trilogy is messy. It has so many ups and downs, shifts in tone and gameplay. It has so much to love about it, but it could never really come together as a cohesive whole. It is one of my favourite series from my childhood, and even after this retrospective is said and done, it still holds a special place in my heart.
The Jak and Daxter series is no stranger to shaking up the formula of its core gameplay, but no entry saw as much of a shift than that of Jak X Combat Racing. Expanding on the vehicle mechanics of the third game, Jak X is a racing game in the vein of Mario Kart and Naughty Dog's own Crash Team Racing, rather than the likes of Gran Turismo or Forza. Now, is Jak X a spin-off? Kind of, but not really, as it does actually continue the story of Jak and Daxter, making it a direct sequel to Jak 3. But I can see why many players at the time might have thought that a racing game wouldn't be continuing the story. I'm not a huge fan of racing games, but I do enjoy a select few such as Mario Kart, Midnight Club 3, and coincidentally Jak X. So I haven't really played that many driving games, but I do have both my New Zealand and American driver's license, so I guess you could say I am a bit of an expert on the subject. Jak X Combat Racing, also known just as Jak X in New Zealand, was released in 2005 for the PlayStation 2. It was the final Jak game to be developed by Naughty Dog, and is actually the final Jak game ever made, because there definitely isn't any others. Official emulation on the PlayStation 4 was added late 2017, and it is utter shit. It is virtually unplayable on a base PS4. It is laggy as hell with random freezes and the music gets all distorted. It's just an awful experience. If you only have a base PS4, do not get this version. It is a waste of money. Thankfully, an amazing man from above came to the rescue and I was able to play it on a PlayStation 5 with absolutely no issues. The best part about this version is that the auto-saving glitch has been fixed. In early copies of Jak X, there was a programming error where the autosave feature had the potential to corrupt saves, and sometimes even entire memory cards, but there is no risk of this happening here. Unfortunately, the online function has been disabled, so you can no longer race against people online, which is a very strange admission, as you'd think that this feature would be far more relevant nowadays, but what would I know? I don't have any friends to play with anyway.
Tragedy, ain't it?
Jak X opens with Daxter in a bar telling the patrons the tale of the time he was wheel to wheel with the nastiest racing cars he had ever seen. It flashes back to Jak being pursued by thugs and vehicles. As one would expect from a Naughty Dog game, the animation in this opening scene is fantastic. The animation is timed to a song Millionaire by Queens of the Stone Age, which I can't play for you because... The song was initially used as a placeholder until an original track was composed for it. However, the team fell in love with it and decided to keep it. Daxter continues to tell his story as more people gather, one of whom is holding a knife. Jak eventually manages to elude all of the thugs for long enough to crash through the window of the bar where Daxter is. It turns out that this isn't even a flashback.
Dax, get in the car!
Jak! Are you crazy? You ruined my story!
Now!
Ah! What are you waiting for? Step on it, Jak!
I told you not to go out. We're getting death threats, Dax. Someone doesn't want us here.
You think? I say we take the next boat home.
Not a chance. Hang on!
Jak!
The events of Jak X Combat Racing take place a year after those of Jak III. Jak and Daxter have arrived in Crash City, the location of the Grand Championship of Combat Racing, after receiving an invite to the reading of Crew's will. Jak, Daxter, Kira, Ashlyn and Torn are all present, as is Crew's daughter Rain.
Crew? Reproduced? Ew.
Following a toast, Crew reveals in a recording that everyone in attendance has been poisoned with black shade, a slow-acting poison. Crew issues an ultimatum. Everyone must race and win at the next Crash City Grand Championship in order to obtain the antidote.
What the hell did you do to us?
Please, I didn't know. I drank it too. Father never did play favorites.
Yeah? Well, your father's crazy.
We're all crazy for coming here!
I think she's telling the truth.
Well, it's been 1 minute, so I figure by now you're all arguing about how to get out of this mess. My advice is trust no one. Win the race and save yourselves.
Jak, next time you invite me to one of your little parties, don't!
We can do this. We can race. And we can beat Crew at his own game.
Father bought us the best mobile racing garage money can buy, and each of you has a racing car waiting. We're in this together, so let's get to it.
In Jak X will be racing in race cars similar to the buggies in Jak III. These vehicles, unlike the Zoomers, do not have anti-gravity capabilities and instead rely on 4 wheels. Before you can compete in any of the races, the game will take you through a short tutorial. The tutorial will teach you how to control your vehicle. You must press and hold the X button to accelerate. When I first started playing, I did not like this setup as I prefer to use the triggers for that kind of control. By the way, none of these controls can be changed. However, once you start participating in the various races, it becomes clear why the controls are configured the way that they are. To turn, press either the square or circle buttons. The circle button is better for quick 180-degree turns, while holding down the square button allows you to reverse. When taking corners in Jak X, you should power slide around them rather than slowing down and turning like in a car. Power sliding is a great way to get around aggressive corners and sharp turns while also increasing your turbo meter. Holding down the R2 trigger will activate your turbo, which you should which you should try and use all of the time. The turbo is represented by blue eco, which can also be obtained by gaining hang time and picking it up along the tracks. The L2 trigger allows your vehicle to jump, which isn't used very often but does come in handy in some races. You can also get red and yellow eco in addition to the blue eco. These are your weapons. When you pick up a yellow eco pod, you will be equipped with a yellow eco weapon. These are front mounted weapons that can be used to damage other races. Once you've picked up a yellow eco weapon, you can use it by pressing the R1 button. In most race types, you will not start with any weapons, but in others you will always have a submachine gun, which is the weakest weapon in the game. There are 5 yellow eco weapons that can be picked up. The Vulcan Fury is a machine gun that is more powerful and has faster rate of fire than that of the basic machine gun. The grenade launcher launches metal crushing grenades at an enemy's vehicle. Tracking missiles are among the best you can get. They will zero in on a specific vehicle in front of you. The disadvantage is that they will not do so if a vehicle is too close. The Supernova is unquestionably the most powerful weapon in the game. It will destroy all vehicles in your path. However, it is extremely rare and effectively useless if you're in first place. Additionally, if it is not used within 10 seconds, it will backfire and blow you up. The Peacemaker is Jak X's blue shell. It will track down and destroy the driver in first place. Red eco weapons are also available. These are rear-mounted defensive weapons that are essential for avoiding incoming missiles and other drivers' attacks. If you're at the front of the pack, these are the weapons you should prioritize. There are 8 different red eco weapons to be obtained. Static mines are dropped directly behind the vehicle and will explode and cause damage if run over. Gun towers are turrets dropped onto the track that fire at passing vehicles. Smoke screens emit a dense cloud of smoke behind a vehicle, obscuring the visibility of those following behind. When vehicles come into contact with an oil slick, they lose traction. The shield system will encase your vehicle in eco power shield that not only protects you but also deals damage. It is also the only thing that will keep you safe from the Peacemaker. Saucer drones travel backwards along the track for a maximum of 120 seconds. If they collide with another vehicle, they will explode and will most likely destroy it. It does a ton of damage, and if launched on one of the shorter tracks, you can collide with your own drone. So be careful. I learned that the hard way. Attack drones will circle your vehicle and fire a barrage of bullets at any unsuspecting vehicles that come within range. Finally, turbo assists will prevent other drivers from using their turbo boost while simultaneously maxing out your own. On top of the red and yellow eco meters is a smaller dark eco meter. This meter fills up with dark eco as you destroy enemies and take damage. When you fill the meter, your weapons will be upgraded from level 1 to level 2, giving them more power, more ammo, and sometimes altered effects. The variety of weapons can lead to very chaotic races and battles. It's crucial to understand when to use and when to keep a weapon, though it can feel a little too much at times, as being destroyed multiple times in a race can be extremely frustrating, especially right before the finish line. The Crash City Grand Championship is divided into 4 Eco Cups, red, blue, green and yellow, each with qualifying rounds and a Grand Prix to advance to the next cup. Each cup has a set number of events spread across various tracks. Entering these events allows you to earn medal points, which allow you to unlock new races. Gold medals are worth 3 points, silver is worth 2 points, bronze is worth 1 point, and for anything else,
you get an everlasting gobstopper. You can suck it and suck it, suck it, never get any smaller.
Before the first event begins, the crew is introduced to GT Blitz, the Crash City Racing commissioner and host of the GT Blitz show. He is constantly being followed by cameras, and his show will cover the combat races. Pika later joins him as his co-host, much to his chagrin.
Thank you, GT. And hello to all you peoples out there watching. I'd like to thank the network for choosing me to save this anemic little show.
Yes, well, welcome aboard, Pecker.
That's it! Who's his agent? Pecker always gets the sweet gigs in these adventures.
My first network assignment has been to investigate the rumored super bet on this year's big championship race. Sources say a high-level underworld crime connection is involved. But sadly, my sources won't return calls, and are now missing, and are probably dead. But Pecker is not so easily swayed. I will uncover the truth and report my findings right here on our show, GT.
Of course you will. And let me just say it's going to be so great working with you.
You too, Blitzman! Oops, sorry.
Why, you little bird shit!
The first race type we'll be participating in, and I guess you'd call it the most traditional race type, is the circuit race. The goal of these races is to finish the set number of laps first, but this is called combat racing for a reason. You must not only be the first to cross the finish line, but you must also cross it in one piece. There are both yellow and red eco weapons to be found on the tracks. When in the lead, use the red eco weapons. When in the rear, use the yellow. When it comes to using these weapons, the AI drivers will not hold back. It is unusual to finish a race without being blown up at least once. Sometimes you get a run of really bad luck, and it feels like your vehicle is made out of paper mache. Even hitting a barrier at just the right angle will cause you to go up in flames. One of my pet peeves about this game is sometimes when you destroy a vehicle, it will occasionally cut to a more cinematic camera that shows the destruction of your opponent. It will then abruptly return to the gameplay, which is extremely disorientating. It can really throw you off. There is also no way to disable this effect. Partway through the Red Eco Cup, Jak meets Razor, the guy who tried to knife Daxter in the beginning. Razor is a retired Crash City Grand Champion. He eventually became the top lieutenant to the primary enforcer of the underground combat racing gang lord Miso, running his gang of thugs, who are most of the drivers we have been racing against.
Don't make me put on my goggles and show you how it's done. You wouldn't live long enough to see me cross the finish line.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Oh, I'm sure we'll match up soon enough. The race of the century, eh? In the meantime, watch your back. I've heard someone arranged a few surprises this time out.
To be able to compete in the Grand Prix event, we must first compete in the 2 qualifiers. In contrast to the other racing events where you didn't necessarily have to earn gold to advance, in the qualifiers you must earn gold. The Red Eco Cup qualifiers are both circuit races, though later cups add a bit more variety. This first cup isn't too difficult, but it will gradually become more so as the game progresses. Not only will we be racing against faster opponents, but the tracks will also become more difficult, with more and sharper corners and more chances to blow yourself up. Because of Jak's increasing success in the races, the enigmatic Miso has hired UR86, a former member of the KG Deathbots, to try to eliminate him. Fortunately for us, Sig has arrived to help.
Sorry I'm late for the party, guys. I heard about Crew's little potion. That's why I never drank on the job. I say, never trust a dead man. Don't worry, I'll help you get that antidote.
Easy for you to say. Your life's not on the line.
For my friends, it is.
Good to have you back, Sig.
Great to be back. Now let's see about this so-called competition.
You'll be eligible for the Grand Prix if you win both the qualifying rounds and accumulate 50 medal points. The Grand Prix consists of 3 consecutive races with no breaks in between. The final race of the Grand Prix is held on a tour racetrack with only one extremely long lap. These are my personal favourite circuit races because they seamlessly take you through a variety of racetracks. It makes the world feel connected and not just a bunch of disjointed areas, which is very rare to see in a racing game. After each Grand Prix race, you earn Grand Prix points, and your overall ranking is determined by your Grand Prix score. In each race, the first place driver receives 10 points, the second receives 8 points, and so on, until the last racer receives 1 point. Because some tracks are more difficult than others, doing poorly in one race does not always mean you can't win the next, but it also works against you, as you can do really well in the first race and completely blow it in the last.
That was a big win for the newcomer, my fine feathered friend. We're going to have to pay more attention to this boy.
I've done some digging, G-Baby, and I've uncovered more information about the rumors of that big underworld bet. Someone is manipulating the sport.
You know, I've been covering this sport for decades. Do you honestly think you can come onto my show and make me look like a fool? Well, you.
We are given 2 new vehicles at the start of the Green Eco Cup. There are 3 classes of race cars, each class belonging to a certain Eco Cup and possessing 4 cars each. Each class usually has at least one of each type of car, All-Rounder, Brawler, Speedster and Hybrid. All-Rounders lack exceptional speed and armor, but can perform a wide range of tasks. They can even excel in some areas when upgraded. Brawlers are large, fortified vehicles that specialize in armor and close combat. Speedsters resemble mini-cars and are designed for speed, but they are typically fragile and have poor handling. Hybrids combine the speed of a speedster or an all-rounder with the strength of a brawler.
Daddy, I want to race. They need me out there. I can win it all.
Kira was strangely absent from the narrative in Jak 3, and her role as Jak's love interest was given to Ashlyn for some reason. It just didn't work, in my opinion. Jak X goes out of its way to make you forget about that, as Ashlyn is clearly back with Torn and Kira is overly flirtatious with Jak, to the point that it feels a little out of character. Kira's voice actress is different from the first two games and has a different delivery than the original, which adds to her feeling like a slightly different character. Kira is the team's mechanic, but she wants to do more by racing. Her father Samos does not want her to do it because it is far too dangerous, and a woman's place is in the kitchen fixing cars. A woman's place is in the garage fixing cars. Going to the garage allows you to tune vehicle performance, modify your vehicle with a variety of body parts, change your driver's helmet, add an antenna, and most importantly, customize your vehicle's paint job. Winning gold medals in Eco Cup events unlock body parts. You can collect up to 5 different style sets. You will always begin with the entire Crash standard set. These body parts are purely cosmetic and have no bearing on the performance of your vehicle. The helmets and antennas are only available through the secrets menu. But what exactly do you use to buy them? Well, it wouldn't be a Jak and Daxter game without the iconic Precursor Orbs. Completing races will grant you Precursor Orbs. How much you earn will be determined by your position, the cup, and a few other factors. They can be used to not only purchase secrets from the secret menu, but also to improve the performance of your vehicles. Engine, gearbox, armor, and turbo are the 4 most important racing stats. The car itself determines the maximum level of a race car's stats, so it's a bit hard to compare cars against each other. The engine stat determines your vehicle's top speed. A vehicle with a low engine stat will have difficulty keeping up with the other racers or maintaining a consistent lead once ahead. The gearbox stat is subtle but important, improving your vehicle's initial acceleration and slightly increasing your engine's top speed. The armor stat fortifies your vehicle's existing armor, increasing the number of hits it can withstand before being destroyed. The turbo stat improves your vehicle's turbo efficiency, allowing it to boost for a longer period of time per turbo capsule. The first 3 cups will start with an all-rounder and a brawler, with 2 more vehicles unlocked through medal points. I usually just stick with the all-rounders, because it allows me to focus on upgrading one car at a time, as higher upgrades can be quite expensive. The further Jak and the others advance through the cups, the more competition that joins the races. During the Green Eco Cup, Cleaver ends up showing up, who has been hired by someone. It's a mystery.
Who's paying you, Cleaver? You don't do anything for free.
During Freeze Rally events, there will be floating stopwatches around the track. Picking them up will cause the timer to stop for a set number of seconds. Some stopwatches are more beneficial than others, so keep an eye out for these, as some of the best ones are a little bit out of the way, but still worth pursuing. The more you stop the clock, the faster your lap times will be. A gold medal is awarded for beating the fastest time. Freeze Rally is very similar to time trials, except the time trials can only be played in exhibition mode and do not appear in any of the Eco Cups. In time trials, you'll be on the track by yourself attempting to set the fastest time. Assassin is another exhibition mode exclusive event. One driver, including you, will be chosen at random as the target. You must race to the target before anyone else. When one target is destroyed, another is chosen at random. Given that the last 2 events are only accessible by the exhibition mode, I never played them much, as I much prefer to just stick to the story mode. Exhibition mode is great if you have friends to play with, unlike me. All of the race types can be customized to your liking, and playing in this mode will also earn you Precursor Orbs to use in the story mode. It is a great way to earn a lot of them rather quickly if you set up the races right. To advance to the Blue Eco Cup, we must win the Green Eco Cup Grand Prix, just as we did with the Red Eco Cup. The events consist of 2 circuit races with a tour track at the final stage. It's a little more difficult than the Red Echo Cup, but if you've upgraded your vehicles, it shouldn't be too difficult.
Tell me, Jak, you just beat one of the top racers in a bid to qualify for the Grand Championship race. Your point totals are impressive. What makes you think people won't kill you for this?
What?
Did I slur my words? Aren't you worried?
Tell you the truth, I'm probably dead already. But that doesn't mean I can't take a few scumbags with me.
Well, you made the people cheer, and that's good for business. Very good indeed. Until next time, this is GT Blitz, signing off.
You got a sweet gig going here.
Oh, it's all for show. For the bigger powers that be. I'd be careful, though. I hear Mizo had a pretty sizable bet on this race, and lost.
I hope he was watching.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
As the Blue Echo Cup progresses, Rain gains access to more of Crew's files, providing us with a better understanding of what is going on with this mysterious Miso that we keep hearing about. It turns out that Crew and Miso made an agreement prior to the game's events. Both games would create their own racing teams, and the loser of the Crash City Championship would submit, leaving the winner as the sole crime family. Given that the group is relying on a couple of crime lords to keep their words, everyone is a bit on edge. The character interactions in this game are fantastic.
It's nice to be back in Haven City, hey sweetheart?
Torrin, I'm touched.
I was talking to Ashlyn.
I knew that.
The dynamic between Jak, Kira, Ashlyn and Torn is not only fixed, but they all banter with each other like old friends rather than simply telling Jak to go do things. It truly feels like these characters know each other really well. After a difficult race, it's always a treat to be rewarded with a well-animated, well-voiced and well-directed cutscene. It's no surprise that Jak X's animation work is outstanding, not just during the cutscenes but also during gameplay. All of the vehicles move with a strong sense of weight, the weapons are impactful, and when you explode, you go flying as a great ball of fire. The vehicle designs are all pretty cool looking with a variety of styles, and it's fantastic that the game gives you so many cosmetic options to personalize them. And we can't talk about Jak X without mentioning the incredible soundtrack. I'd say the soundtracks for Jak 1 through 3 were pretty mediocre. None of them had tunes I'd listen to outside of the games. Jak X, on the other hand, has a fantastic soundtrack. It gets you pumped up before and during races and blends in perfectly with the rest of the game's aesthetic. This is one of my all-time favourite video game soundtracks. I constantly listen to it, especially while working out. The only drawback to the soundtrack is that the tracks do not loop seamlessly, and there is often a long pause between songs. It is during this cup where the stages start to get quite a bit harder. The main ones I'm referring to are the races held in Crash City and Haven City. There are a lot of really tight corners, which makes using your turbo boost correctly much more difficult, and hitting a corner at an incorrect angle results in... You can take alternate routes and shortcuts on some tracks. Missing the shortcuts on certain tracks will put you at a significant disadvantage as the AI will use them. They do not mess around. There are 4 different tracks housed in 4 different locations. Spargus and Haven City return, while Crash City and Icelands make their debut. The Icelands were alluded to in Jak 3 as the origins of the Marauders. Because it has slippery tracks, it focuses a lot on power sliding and going really fast, which plays into the strengths of the core gameplay, and the Icelands have some of the best tracks in my opinion. Even though 4 stages may not seem like much, there is a lot of variety in the tracks, including some that are shorter and have a lot more laps, longer tracks with fewer laps, and arena setups. There are a variety of events on these arena tracks. The deathmatch is held in an arena. It's combat to the death against the other drivers. The goal is to be the first driver to kill 10 other drivers or to have the most kills when the time runs out. Any of the events that take place in the arenas are the worst. Well, that's what I think anyway. When you constantly have to stop and turn around to move towards your targets, the vehicles just don't feel as fun to drive. The arenas are quite large, but they are cumbersome to navigate. Rain has now decided to start taking part in the races, so pretty much everyone has joined at this point. But you're probably thinking that if we are racing against our allies in a death game, isn't it making it harder for us to win? Given that we frequently blow up our friends and vice versa.
Stop talking about it.
Yeah, it doesn't really make that much sense when you think about it. And it is kind of addressed by Ashlyn, who wants to race because she doesn't want to rely too much on the others to save her life, which is consistent with her personality. But with Kira, it's almost as if she wants to race to prove something to her father, which is a little out of character, because I never got the impression from the other Jak games that Kira felt she needed to prove anything to Samos. At the very least, it adds more characters to play as in the multiplayer, so there's that. Another event that takes place in the arenas is the artifact race. It's similar to Jak 3 missions where you had to drive around the desert collecting precursor artifacts. However, the arena in which you must drive is much smaller and you must contend with other drivers. There are always at least 2 artifacts to go after, so it's best to just look at the mini-map in the left corner and head for the one that's either closest or that no one else is pursuing. I dislike this event for the same reasons I dislike the deathmatch event. Artifact races are a bit better only because the AI have a bit of trouble with knowing where to go, so they just kind of drive around aimlessly most of the time, so these events are less annoying to win. Mizo, the mysterious character, finally decides to confront Jak, well, sort of. He sends them a video message in an attempt to persuade Jak and his team to back down.
Greetings, fellow race lovers. Your perseverance this season has been surprising, but Crew has sent you on a fool's errand. I'm prepared to forgive and forget and spare each of your lives if you walk away now.
But we can't quit. We have no choice.
Are you crazy? The world's deadliest crime lord is offering you a deal and you refuse? What does Crew have on you guys?
Sports Hunt is yet another arena event, but it appears the least in the story mode. You simply need to find and destroy as many targets as possible. It's essentially a deathmatch, but the targets are metalheads or robots, rather than other drivers. Capture is the final arena style event, and is my least favourite race type in the entire game. You'll be assigned to either the red or blue team, and you will need to work together with your teammates to capture a power cell and return it to your base. The location of the power cell feels very random, and most of the time you end up being so far away that you don't feel like you can do anything. Fortunately, this is another of the less frequently used events, and if I'm not going for 100%, I would usually just skip this event. Razor has come out of retirement to try and stop us from winning. During the Grand Prix event, Razor is supposed to be like kind of the boss character that you're trying to beat. But to be honest, he didn't do all that well, and UR86 was the one who caused us the most problems. The first Grand Prix race is the most difficult in the cup. It's on the sewer track and has a really odd layout. It tricks you halfway through, making you think that you're nearing the finish line when you're not. The terrain is deceptively uneven in places, causing you to lose control all over the place.
And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the man who beat the mighty Razor. How does it feel to still be breathing?
I just want to win the championship. Then we'll talk.
Why so truculent with the media, Jak? You're the next big star. The championship seems all but locked up. Of course, every star eventually falls.
The Yellow Eco Cup is the game's final cup. We don't get any new vehicles like we did at the start of the previous cups. It is a bit of a letdown, but it makes the upgrades in your other vehicles a lot more meaningful. Turbo Dash is one of my favourite events. It is all about using your turbo boost. Power cells make their triumphant return, and they are scattered throughout the racetrack. You must grab them and then fire them by filling the charge meter with your turbo boost. Each power cell shot earns you a point, and your point total grows with each completed lap. The winner is the one with the most points at the end of the race. Your power cells can be knocked off by other power cells launched by the drivers. However, this can be avoided by using a red eco weapon to deflect it. When you launch your own power cell, you will be automatically equipped with one of these weapons. These races are a lot of fun because you essentially just have to focus on going as fast as possible. You are pretty much turboing the entire time, so these events are always on tracks that are well suited for the increased speed. As the cup progresses, GT Blitz informs the team that a special racer will be competing in the final races. This raises serious concerns about the rules of these Eco Cups, as it appears that racers can enter at will. Why should Jak have to qualify when no one else seems to have to? Death Race is another really fun one. The goal of this event is to destroy as many drone vehicles as possible before time runs out. You can earn points for each drone you destroy, with bonus points awarded if you can destroy multiple drones in a row in a short period of time. On your first lap, you only get 1 point for each drone destroyed. but on the second lap you get 2, and on the third you get 3, and so on. This event, in my opinion, plays really well into the game's strengths. It has all of the fun of being able to use all of the weapons and speed through the tracks without the frustration of being constantly destroyed by other drivers. Rush Hour will have drones driving in the opposite way down the track. To earn points you must crash into the green and blue drones. However, you must be cautious not to collide with the red ones, as this will cause damage to your vehicle. Similar to the death race, you earn more points on subsequent laps. There are 2 very effective strategies for these races. Use one of the heavier cars and focus on crashing into as many drones as possible, or try to get through the early laps as quickly as possible to earn more points. I prefer the latter strategy, but either seems to work. Rush Hour and Death Race cater to both playstyles, which is why I consider them to be among the best race events. At the start of the final Grand Prix, we learned that the mysterious driver mentioned earlier by GT Blitz is actually GT Blitz himself. The final Grand Prix follows the same format as the others, with 2 circuit races followed by a tour track. By winning the Grand Prix, Jak has earned himself and the team the antidotes that will save their lives. Rain approaches carrying the antidotes. Blitz rushes over to Rain, yelling they cheated. Blitz removes his toupee, revealing himself to be none other than Mizo.
Every star has to fall, right, Mizo?
Ah! You will all die!
After him, Jak!
Shocking, but there was a lot of hints as you play through if you're paying attention. We must pursue Mizo and destroy him before he can escape. GT Blitz was the son of a devoted combat racer, and from a young age he felt he was on his own. Every day his uncle would tell his father to take care of his family and stop racing. Despite this, he eventually became a grand champion in the sport. His father won his first championship on a Crash City racetrack, where he died a few years later. It was later revealed that Blitz was responsible for his father's death, at which point he became known as Mizo. Mizo eventually rose to the helm of an underground syndicate with a reputation as one of Crash City's most criminally involved clans, second only to his main rival's gang, Crew. To avoid a costly gang war, he and Crew agreed that whoever won the next Crash City Grand Championship would gain a monopoly, and the other gang would cease to exist.
She'll betray you, you know.
Are you still talking?
Rain. She'll become even worse than me.
Right. Like how you killed your own father?
And why not? He left us for his sick love of racing. And when he did, we vowed to own the whole damn sport. All of it! Every last part. You have a habit of leaving people to die, don't you?
You get used to it.
It's cold.
Jak and the gang discover that Rain was aware of the poison even before the wheel was read, and that she was following her father's instructions by ensuring that she was not poisoned, so that their family could be the top crime family in Crash City.
Be better than your father.
As Rain drives away, she calls someone and asks them to spare Jak and his crew. The team celebrates their victory, and Jak and Kira finally get to share a kiss.
Hey! Will you kiss her already? Sheesh.
Jak X is the conclusion that the series needed. With a more personal story, it helped to repair many of the character arcs from the third game. The racing mechanics are thrilling and chaotic. There are plenty of different race types to pick from, although some are definitely better than others, but that mostly just comes down to personal taste. As you progress through all of the racing cups, the game does become a little repetitive. You can end up repeating tracks and events several times, which can get tiring during long play sessions. However, the story and characters are so entertaining that you want to keep playing. While the multiplayer modes are enjoyable, the story mode without a doubt is the title's highlight. When it came to concluding the story of these amazing characters, I found Jak 3 to be a little disappointing. Who would have guessed that the satisfying conclusion that I was looking for could be found in a racing game?